It's the episode you look forward to all year, the one where I have to keep the same facial hair for months for consistency. So let's dig right in on the releases of 1983 in film. 1983 is often seen as one of the lesser years in 80s cinema. Box office was down about $300 million from 82, but that was still up from 80 and 81. And there's a Star Wars movie this year, so there's still gonna be some good box office in plenty of places. Even a year that often gets called not one of the best, you're still gonna get some classics that year. More than one of my favorite movies are in 83. Hell, even some bad ones are wildly entertaining. And even the forgotten melodramas have memorable scenes. Yes, this has been a huge video just as an excuse to use the Independence Day 83 clip again. It was interesting for horror movies too, as it was the only year in the 80s that didn't have Jason, Michael Myers, or Freddy who'd come our way in 84. But there are some legendary slasher villains this year. 83 gave us Angela, and there were the first straight-to-video slashers like Sledgehammer and Bloodbeat. Now, we've also been doing 1960s retrospectives as well, and in those, it doesn't happen very often where there's a movie that was featured on the Cinema Snob, but here in 1983...
Extro has returned.
First one, baby, and Red Band as well, signaling that 1983 set a record at the time for most R-rated movies released in a year. A fact that would make today's producers faint in terror. Even the narrator is sinister.
Tony's father has been away a long time.
And whatever the reason is, I bet it's Tony's fault. Shit, he set the woods on fire to cover up the spots Trumpy missed in Pod People. It was common at the time to see horror movie takes on Spielberg, as here's a movie that takes the Spielberg alien genre and father-son tropes to make a graphic-ass horror movie out of it. It's fun watching the trailer, since this is in the category of snob episodes where I remember nothing about the movie. Even watching this, I'm like, none of this is coming back to me. All I remember is the effects were good. The plus side is, if I do the sequels, it doesn't really matter if I remember this or not, since the sequels have completely different plots. The film got negative reviews, but as you can tell from the trailer alone, if anything was to get high praise, it would be the effects and asshole aliens.
Some extraterrestrials aren't friendly. From New Line Cinema, rated R.
Ooh, clearly a shot at Turkish E.T., you lame ass! And when I saw that the next film was called Enigma, I also thought it'd be another January horror film.
Expelled 1978. Nikolai Samarin, expelled 1979.
But it's clearly a high school movie. This principal sounds harsh. But like Extro, it's almost Spielberg. It's from the director of Jaws 2. This is a Cold War thriller starring Martin Sheen as a CIA agent who infiltrates Soviet intelligence. And the Russian Sam Neill knows someone is out there spying, and there's a girl involved with both of them. Okay, is this 80s Cold War infernal affairs of The Departed? This one's got a machine, though, called the Enigma.
Well, we want you to steal a real one and bring it back before December 25th.
That's plenty of time. It's still January! The biggest shock of the movie is that it doesn't have your own Krabe in it. But if 80s movies teach me anything, it's that if you make Sam Neill the villain, either as the son of Satan or a Russian agent, I will be watching it, despite relatively mediocre reviews. This one, however, doesn't confuse me with its title. It's called Liana. That screams indie drama, and it's directed by John Sayles. Even the trailer's opening has the two leads having a restaurant conversation.
Is there anything that you always wanted to do that you haven't done?
Let's go ziplining. It's a coming-out story about a married woman who, tired of being surrounded by power stashes, has an affair with a college professor. How is her husband gonna take it?
Had an affair.
Okay, is this story gonna be sexy? But other people are taking it well.
Well, I'm from California. That kind of stuff doesn't faze me.
That mustache is still dripping in orgy grease. Just think personal best, but without the warm-up exercises. There's some non-subtle things about it. Her husband is literally named Dick. But it's about two ladies, so it didn't get the stuffy conservative producer uproar that 1982's Making Love did. Hell, even this one looks like it could be a lesbian movie in the Cinemax sense.
A certain kind of girl joins Pi Theta sorority.
But it's a slasher movie that's sexy and dangerous.
A girl whose extracurricular activities were more daring than...
Good lord, is it also a school shooting drama? I'm very confused about the tone here. The plot is simple enough. Sorority girls throw a party for their graduation. Wow, you even booked our favorite band, the Almost Clash. Get to the encore. You know everyone's at this party for the killer. Gone are the days when school parties had the budget of a Madison Square Garden concert. And yes, there may be some trash and some bodies in the pool. Gonna have to expect that. I'll say this, it's not every day you see a slasher that's inspired by a 1955 French thriller. While many of the slashers we had in '82 were certainly cheap to produce, there were still a lot that didn't make much of a profit. This one, however, which had a limited release in late '82 before a wide '83 release, was a big success that made back 20 times its budget. That's because this sorority is different from the others.
Because in this sorority, nothing is off limits.
I thought you were talking about butt stuff. I didn't know we were gonna be hiding bodies. That's it, I'm swearing off college girls. Also, this keeps happening.
No one would ever forget the girls.
Someone take away that student's gun. There'd be other previous year movies that would either get a wider or American release in '83, such as the Academy Award nominated Japanese film Muddy River. Also released in the States in January of '83 was the Canadian film Threshold. No need to give me a surgical lie detector test.
At any age, at any time, it can happen to anyone.
Oh please, there's a 1 in 6 million chance of me becoming the $6 million man. Just think of Iron Man without a super suit and more hospital politics. Jeff Goldblum is a scientist who creates the first artificial heart, and he and the Dr. Donald Sutherland and the patient all become celebrities out of it. Let's just hope in Goldblum's case, a fly doesn't land in the gaping chest opening. But here we have the feel-good drama of 1983 you've been waiting minutes for.
Go home, follow your dreams, and do what you love to do.
Don't let the cheeriness fool you. This is the movie where this happens. Because of course Independence Day '83 is a January movie. This drama is about as basic as you can get. Kathleen Quinlan is a waitress in a small New Mexico town who dreams of being a photographer, but will that be put on hold when she falls for racer David Keith? It's a movie where the most interesting thing about it is the B-plot featuring Diane Wiest as a battered wife and Cliff DeYoung as her husband. This movie was practically made to be forgotten. After not so great test screenings, Warner Brothers buried it with next to no advertising and a limp limited release. If you saw this in the 80s, it was probably on HBO. Trust me, when I mentioned this movie to my mom, she didn't remember it, and then when I mentioned this scene, she was like, oh yeah, I did see that. It was on HBO. Still, I am thankful for this movie. Long story short, if it wasn't for this film, I wouldn't have met my wife. And now we're about to have our firstborn child together. I may be the only person on earth who can say Independence Day '83 is one of the most important films in their life. And it's a movie whose trailer ends with two people just sitting quietly on the porch. Don't worry though, it is still the time of early 80s 3D, so of course there will be one in January.
You've seen Raiders, Star Wars, Aliens.
No, I haven't seen Aliens. That doesn't come out until 1986. Treasure of the Four Crowns, however, is a new dimension, Supervision, which is the same Marx 3 Depix converter that Friday the 13th 3D used. Seen of being derivative of Raiders of the Lost Ark, the movie wasn't one of the more successful 3D films of the time. That doesn't mean I still can't have a poster of it up in my snob room still. It stars Tony Anthony, as it's from the makers of Coming At You 3D, which was a success and kicked off the 80s 3D craze. Tony Anthony was one of the first celebrity interviews I did, and when this got brought up, he didn't have much good to say about it, largely saying the movie was more just an obligation, and they didn't really want to do it, but had to because of the success of Coming At You. It does still have personality, though, in combining Indiana Jones with Flash Gordon-like fantasy and cool 3D puppet effects. There's bound to be something watchable in it. It's from Canon, of course.
From Canon Releasing to blast you out of your seats.
Come see our movie, where we'll shoot you! At first I thought the next movie was going to be canon as well, but it turned out to be a parody trailer. I don't know who makes a parody trailer of the 1983 Western drama Sacred Ground, but bravo! What the movie really is like a wilderness retelling of Helen of Troy, about the clash between a tribe and a mountain man and his Native American wife, who finish building a cabin which is on a sacred burial site. B-movie fans may want to check this out too, as the film is written and directed by Charles B. Pierce of The Legend of Boggy Creek and The Town That Dreaded Sundown. It'd be a big year for Pierce, who also co-wrote Sudden Impact, which would be released later in the year. But we're still gonna have some weirdness coming up next, because February of '83 includes The Entity and Videodrome. Ghost rape and tape stomachs. I want no one to insult this year in film ever again. 1983 is amazing.
When John Voight suddenly becomes a single parent, he finds himself in a custody battle with the kid's stepfather. It's Table for Five, next on HBO.
Welcome to February, folks.
Hey, wake up! Wake up, everybody! It's a gorgeous day! Gorgeous day!
One more hour, Ma. It's too early for me to watch The Entity. This great psychological horror film is like the demon from The Exorcist going too far and taking advice from the Hollow Man, as Barbara Hershey is frequently assaulted by an invisible force, but as some doctors,
A team of experts will investigate her life.
just give us 10 cartons of cigarettes and we'll figure this out. The Entity is awesome, and also helped by the power of Ron Silver's glorious beard. The movie's gotten a lot more respected now than it was upon release, where it was heavily protested, but us fans of the Stephanie Miller Show will recognize these amazing sound effects. And if you think starting out with The Entity will make it a weird month, watch out, because David Cronenberg is lurking around the corner.
Why would anybody watch a scum show like Videodrome?
I don't know, they watch my show. Videodrome is perfectly capturing trying to watch scrambled porn. The film stars James Woods as Max Wren.
Max Wren is a victim.
I woke up with a headache.
Oh, you'll be fine. Complain to Barbara Hershey and The Entity and see how that goes. He is getting all kinds of art from your 80s hair salon. The film seems designed to be so awesome and weird that of course it bombed, but became a massive cult hit afterwards. With amazing effects work by Rick Baker that still holds up, Videodrome tells a weird tale of the normalization of both sex and violence together, and becoming one with the ever-growing technology.
Videodrome will change your body. Long live the new flesh.
They'll remake it today and it'll just say Twitter will make you an asshole. Long live the new retweets! One of the pivotal movies from Cronenberg, it speaks to entertainment and taboo desires of the time, but is still relevant today. I'm beginning to notice that if a trailer seems like a normal day, it won't be.
One morning, Alex Selke got up.
Oh God, where's The Entity or the new flesh? You little bastard, I sure hope someone takes you so I can get some peace. Oh God, I was kidding. Why did I ask for that? The movie is Without a Trace, starring Kate Nelligan, who does not have an iconic scene of her screaming, "Give me back my son!" Judd Hirsch is here to give some good advice.
You open this up to the press right now, you're gonna get the crazies and the haters and the people who have those funny dreams.
And you'll get TikTok detectives putting forth their theories while applying 10 pounds of makeup. Based on the novel Still Missing by Beth Gutchin, the movie was originally going to be called that, but they changed it due to 1982's Missing, and that would make it sound like a really stupidly named sequel. It was the only movie directed by mega producer Stanley R. Jaff, who produced hits like The Bad News Bears and Kramer vs. Kramer. Ma'am, have you checked the still shots? Clearly your son is stuck in a freeze frame that keeps changing shapes. Also ask David Dukes, he's the one who attacked Edith Bunker. This was a solid pilot for the Anthony LaPaglia series, obviously. But there's only one way to get more Rolling Stones music in a movie than in a Scorsese film, and that's to make a Rolling Stones concert film, Let's Spend the Night Together. Or as Ed Sullivan would call it, Let's Spend Some Time Together. He was insistent on saying that to the theater box office clerk. Directed by Hal Ashby of Coming Home, Being There, The Last Detail, and Harold and Maude, this film had a massive balloon budget, and Mick looking like, it's 2 a.m., I'm drunk, I'll take this chick home. Filmed during the Stones' North American tour of 1981, with filming taking place in East Rutherford, New Jersey, and Tempe, Arizona, it also ties in with the 1982 album Still Life. It's when you could see a concert film with more smoking than in a hospital. Put something in there for the kids and turn Mick into the Hulk. This looks like the most awesome clothes-changing montage ever filmed. It's funny that the whole trailer plays Start Me Up, but psych, it's Let's Spend the Night Together, assholes! We've had a lot of movies so far highlighting anxieties or fear, so why not a movie literally called Angst? Inspired by real-life mass murderer Werner Niesek, this Austrian film stars Erwin Leder as a killer known only as the Psychopath, who upon being released from prison, goes after a family in their home. It would be the only full-length film for director Gerald Cargill, due to the stress of making it, and also for the film's controversy, in which it was banned in a lot of European countries over its violence. It still remains an acclaimed film for its intense ruthlessness, camera work, and even director Gaspar Noé of Irreversible called it one of his biggest influences. Let's head over to Australia, though, for a movie set in Indonesia, where it's slightly less video nasty. This is The Year of Living Dangerously, directed by Peter Weir, which got its American release in '83, and stars Mel Gibson as a reporter covering the overthrow of the Indonesian president. And he's got enough time to have a little affair with an assistant to the British Embassy played by Sigourney Weaver.
I've been on the move 5 years. I'd like to go someplace and stay.
So pick Disney World, not here! But the best piece of casting?
Billy Kwan. I did a lot of film work for Potter.
Linda Hunt as a Chinese man with dwarfism, which did win her an Oscar for Best Supporting Actress. Now I understand the response they wanted casting Gary Oldman in Tiptoes. At least here, it's convincing. And it's just a way better movie, too. Even when he's a journalist, don't piss off Mel.
What is it? What's going on?
Some people have taken over government.
Sadly, we also don't see him scream, "Give me back my government!" If Road Warrior shot him to stardom as an international action star, this one was also a critical success, which showcased his talents as a dramatic lead for a lot of US audiences who didn't see previous movies like Gallipoli or Tim. We're gonna get some drama here too, since the more a poster looks like a sketch from a police artist, the more melodramatic it will be. It's called Twilight Time, which sounds like it's the 2010s, and your granddaughter got to pick the movie for the night. In the film, Carl Malden helps raise his 2 grandchildren when he goes home to Indonesia. It was released by United Artists, with I think even less promotion than Independence Day '83 had, and I have no clue if anyone blows someone up in a house here. All these titles are confusing. This one's called The Girl with the Red Hair, and has nothing to do with Charlie Brown cartoons. Far from it, this is a Dutch film about real-life World War II resistance fighter Hannie Schaft, and the movie had its release in the Netherlands in '81, and took until '83 to get its New York premiere in the States. And even though Scorsese does have a movie out, I told you Let's Spend the Night Together would have more Stones music, this one has none! The King of Comedy is a tonally different kind of Scorsese movie for the time, and a different Jerry Lewis movie that I'm used to doing in the 1960s and film series. and this movie is just great. Well received at the time, but sadly a box office disappointment, especially coming after Raging Bull. It is still beloved by lovers of dark comedies everywhere, and is like if Travis Bickle dreamed of being a stand-up comedian and obsessed over a late-night talk show host played by Jerry. There's also a great unhinged supporting role for Sandra Bernhard here too. It's deliciously uncomfortable in all the right ways, and a dark look at celebrity worship that just gets better over time. But Local Hero could be the more safe choice to take the parents to.
There is a place where the northern lights transform the sky.
Yeah, dude. Chatham, Illinois. Starring Peter Riegert and Burt Lancaster, the film is about an executive at an oil company sent to a Scottish village to buy it up so they can build a refinery. But
the land breathes with an ancient mystery.
There may be an American werewolf in Scotland. Not really. Peter learns to love the land and can easily build the Scottish branch of the Delta House here. Produced by David Putnam, who got the movie made due to his success in producing Chariots of Fire, and directed by Bill Forsyth, who had success with his previous film Gregory's Girl. Hell, this does look like the life. I want to live here too, even if it is a fictitious town. It got high praise from critics, and most importantly, it's one of the favorite films of MST3K's Mike Nelson. Good news for David Keith, though. Lords of Discipline was a bit more successful than Independence Day, and has to do with the military, going back to his officer and a gentleman roots. This one, however, has to do with racism in the 1960s Southern military.
Would you or any other gentleman care to partake of any food off my plate, sir?
And they're just dicks with bad table manners. With Judge Reinhold here, this is the less shenanigans-y side of Stripes that they don't want you to see. Don't put Tom Cruise from Taps in this military, it'll get even deadlier. This is like a weird college cult.
The Ring.
Wow, the Skulls were far more racist in the 60s. We gotta get one date movie in here for February. It is Valentine's Day, and for some reason I have a copy of Lovesick in my pocket. How can you tell that someone collects big boxes and clamshells? They have a copy of Lovesick. Written and directed by Marshall Brickman, who won an Oscar for co-writing Annie Hall. I could see this working as a Woody Allen movie. It stars Dudley Moore as a psychiatrist, in a role intended for Peter Sellers before his death. Moore falls in love with his patient, Elizabeth McGovern, but thankfully he gets much needed advice from Alec Guinness as the ghost of Sigmund Freud. It's almost an extended episode of Frasier, too.
When falling in love is the last thing you need, why is it always the first thing you do?
Because you're horny. It wasn't a big hit with critics, but one guy likes the jokes.
Did I take all my clothes off at any point during the ravioli?
We may have slipped John Huston some Molly. It's a movie where I'd have been surprised if Wallace Shawn wasn't in it. It's in the 80s line of forgotten Dudley movies like 1982's 6 Weeks, or romantic comedy that we'll get to later. But he is still a guy that can win over a movie for his physical and comedic timing alone. We can put the romance away because there are some couples who would prefer a good slasher movie. I don't want to scare anyone, but I'm gonna give it to you straight about ripping off this shot from Friday the 13th Part 2.
Many strange things happen around here.
It's the early 80s. It's not that strange for there to be a killer at a summer camp anymore. This is Madman, where if you say the name Madman Mars, he'll show up and kill you. So guess what happens?
Here we are! Come and get us, Madman!
I should have known these idiots would doom us all. I honestly love this movie. I remember renting this when I was in junior high, renting truckloads of slashers about every week. And for some reason, this one creeped the hell out of me, and I don't know why. Maybe it was the atmosphere or some creepy shots of the killer, because when I rewatched it again years later, it was more hilarious than anything, but I still had a great time. It had some early screenings in '82, but got its LA and New York premieres in early '83, and due to being very popular at drive-ins, made a nice profit over the year, and certainly on video with its memorable hardshell cover. That's why I rented it. Another one that did well on video and in subsequent years after release was The Pirates of Penzance, adapted from the Gilbert and Sullivan opera and featuring much of the Broadway cast, including an of course delightfully awesome Kevin Kline. Sadly, as far as box office goes, it's one of the many 80s pirate movies that were box office bombs, but unlike some of those other pirate movies, this one did have very positive reviews from critics, and it kinda got screwed over by theaters. Movie theaters boycotted the film because it was released simultaneously in theaters and on subscription services like On TV and Select TV. Well, that sounds familiar. So the movie only played in like 91 theaters and didn't do well, but developed a very loyal fan base. And even I know some people who this is one of their favorite movies. I'm guessing the same can't be said about The Sting 2. I know no one who that's their favorite movie.
When you sting a man like Lonigan, he may just sting back.
And he'll die from his stinger being ripped out. It's so weird this movie exists. Replacing Redford and Newman from the original 1973 classic is Jackie Gleason and Mac Davis, plus newer cast members too.
I am Veronique Lafleur. Veronica Cheryl.
Ooh, the Countess looking to rip off wealthy Schwanstuckers. Certainly capitalizing on Jackie's late 70s, early 80s comeback. On the one end, it tries to say it's separate from the first Sting because they changed the first names of the characters, but then it does still reference the events of the first. And I think it inspires the events of Brian De Palma's Snake Eyes.
Don't even try to guess which scam is the last scam, because there's always another one coming.
There was no Sting 3. The movie came and went, didn't do well, yet was still the better Jackie Gleason sequel of the year. More on that later. At least The Sting 2 was immortalized in a Simpsons reference. Table for 5, however, am I the first person to reference this in 40 years? This is a melodrama from the short-lived CBS theatrical films. You know, they did Windy City the following year. Here John Voight wants to reconnect with his kids, so he takes them on a cruise, and the ship doesn't sink. So why am I here? Crash into something! And can we cut out the name-calling? You're a virgin. This is Betrayal, with a poster that says someone is gonna have extramarital sex in a barn, and there will be tears.
Behind a single tear, I love you, lies mystery.
And also pink eye. This is actually a pretty cool movie, worth checking out as an early example of a reverse chronological movie, as it shows a years-long affair between Jeremy Irons and Patricia Hodge, who is married to Ben Kingsley. I remember hearing about this movie when Memento came out, and then I accidentally watched the Deborah Winger movie Betrayed. Good movie, but I was like, oh, what are they talking about? This movie doesn't use reverse chronology. With this being Ben's first movie after Gandhi, was anyone like, oh, wait, this is what he looks like? Well, not really. That might be a wig. And Jeremy is looking suspicious about these secrets.
About to be shattered by a secret which was never to be revealed.
I have a weakness for shoplifting Snickers bars. Outside of the gimmick, a movie like this sticks out more in '83 than it would years prior. If this came out in the early '60s, it'd be one of about 200 extramarital affair movies. I think I know why she's crying. Someone died.
Carl Raymar died of an apparent heart attack.
Aw, that's sad. Who the hell is that? This is One Dark Night you might not be able to tell from the shots of One Bright Day. It's a supernatural horror film from director Tom McLaughlin, later of one of the best Friday the 13ths, Jason Lives. It's one of those teens go somewhere for an initiation, but there's evil afoot plots. Like Hell Night, only here they have to spend the night in a mausoleum, where they're haunted by a dead occultist. It was a real big break for McLaughlin as a director, who had tried his hand at comedy screenplays before, but got much better inspiration with horror, like here inspired by Poe and also the director's own experiences in exploring catacombs. But you can still see his love of comedy in his films too, such as the satirical bite in Jason Lives, and even here with some moments of quirk. The movie's plot could easily be for a by-the-numbers slasher, but there's a real labor of love here, which resulted in good reviews from critics, praising its style and entertainment, and genuinely creepy moments. Check this out if you haven't seen it, or the trailer will threaten you.
You've never been this close to true terror.
You say that, but next month has Monty Python's The Meaning of Life, and I know what happens when you have one mint too many.
Home box office will show this feature only at night.
It's March, people, where even the first film says we're in for a treat.
On March 4th, audiences will be treated to a unique motion picture.
Why is Wooly Bully playing when clearly it's the movie version of the Shirelles' Baby It's You? Or maybe the Smith version? This is from John Sayles, a big year for him after Liana, and this being his first big studio film. Whoa, wait, something's coming in.
Baby, it's you.
Yes, okay, it is the Shirelles' version. It's the story in everyone's life when they fall in love with their first chic.
Are you an Arab?
No, I'm Italian.
Whatever, obvious narc. It's a first love high school film starring Rosanna Arquette and based on the experiences of co-writer Amy Robinson. And in true Sayles fashion, it's a highly acclaimed movie, though I can't help but think it looks like she's hot for the sexy new substitute teacher. Even the trailer has one of the best soundtracks of the year.
Going to the chapel and we're gonna get mad.
Look, we lost our record player. We're just gonna need you to sing this one. It's like Splendor in the Grass crossed with Diner. Of the teen movies this year, Baby It's You is one of the best and most underrated, and it was almost an early screen role for Robert Downey Jr., whose scenes were cut except for one shot you can see him in. But we're gonna get a lot weirder in the next one. Well, maybe not Videodrome weird, but a little weird.
This hospital is run on £100 million of your money!
Okay, I'm just here for a broken toe. Will you let me in the hospital? This is Britannia Hospital, a satirical look at the health industry, while hospital staff goes on strike.
This is not what was ordered.
I'm afraid His Excellency's mango slices have been delayed.
What kind of hellhole is this? It's an ensemble film about everyone from the staff to patients and to reporters, and it was the third film in the Mick Travis trilogy from director Lindsay Anderson, which starred Malcolm McDowell as Travis and included his boarding school experiences in If and as a coffee salesman in Oh Lucky Man. It didn't get as good a reviews as the other films, but when you think this movie couldn't get weirder, like Mark Hamill as a pothead news employee, you've got McDowell being abducted and turned into a Frankenstein monster like the end of Pieces. You'd think Caligula would have something like that. I'm surprised they spoil this in the trailer, and halfway into the trailer too. Okay, forget all this rioting and zaniness. The hell was with mad scientists sewing McDowell together with other body parts? Oh, we can keep up the surreal. How about exploitation maestro Al Adamson making a children's film about a carnival magician and his talking chimp?
Carnival magic. It'll knock you out.
To think this was for a long time feared to be a lost film until it was graced back onto this earth in 2009.
Alex is on the run, turning the carnival upside down in carnival magic.
That chimp's got a future ahead of him. Get him in some Burt Reynolds pictures. It's what you'd think an Al Adamson kids movie would be. Plenty of violence, adult themes, and booze. We'll mainly show the car accidents in the trailer, and sure, the talking chimp.
Oh, yeah.
What do you mean this was a season 11 episode of MST3K? Good, let's get that sex and violence family film out of the way and get in some old-fashioned red band sex and violence. We've got the Canadian slasher film Curtains. I'm sure they have faith in it. A third of the trailer is the logo. Intended to be a slasher aimed at an older audience, like Visiting Hours in '82, meaning the film deals with older characters and not teenagers. In this case, about a group of actresses auditioning in a mansion and stalked by a killer. Gotta have something to do with John Vernon. It'd go on to be a late-night cable staple, but was a headache to make, from director Richard Ciupa of Prom Night, who left production halfway through due to disagreements with producer Peter Simpson, who took over as director, where they credited Jonathan Stryker as director, the filmmaker character that Vernon plays. And there's a lot that happens here. A doll may have come to life, resulting in a car knocking a woman through a magically appearing window. Don't question the editing. Also, I was kidding about Vincent Spano looking old enough to be a substitute teacher in Baby It's You. No, that plot is saved for the sex comedy My Tutor. Every year needs a private lessons. And it always starts with someone in trouble.
Mr. Simpson called from your school. It seems that we have a problem.
Peter Simpson is taking over your spot on the team. I know what can improve his grades.
She is worldly, sophisticated, alluring.
She is also going to prison. Of course, she's a French tutor, and don't film this like The Graduate. I will say it looks less creepy than Private Lessons.
Hi. Whoa, Bobby, I'm not sure this is right.
Why isn't it right? You're both like 28 years old. She will improve his grades and also his abs.
What do you think your parents would say if they could see us right now?
They'll say it's time for the boy to move out. He's been in high school now for 10 years. He is rubbing it in his friend Crispin Glover's face and everyone in town.
It's a crash course.
Then that man died. But soon the trailer just starts saying whatever comes to its head.
Matching sets. Nice assets. Lovely tarts.
I guess that's all that needs to be said. It has high school and it has sex, so like Private Lessons, this was a huge box office hit that I'm sure also had its place on late night cable TV as well.
It's the best reason yet to become teacher's pet.
Look, it's not illegal if you do a jaunty musical heel tap at the end. The next one will be less statutory.
Were you really Max Sledge?
No, I'm Robert Duvall, you idiot. Tender Mercies is like coal miner's drinking buddy with a little honky-tonk man.
He was a star who reached for the stars and fell.
Then he stopped putting the chair in the middle of the room, which turned his life around. It's a putting your life back together film, where Robert Duvall is a country singer with kind of a more successful side to an Independence Day 83 backstory. In that, like ID 83, the film didn't have good test screenings, which gave the studio little faith in it, so they didn't market the movie hardly at all, and dumped it into limited theaters. This did result in not great box office, but unlike Independence Day, word of mouth was good, and the critical response was so good, the film got a number of Oscar nominations, including one for Best Picture.
He was a man unused to tenderness, yet seeking it.
So they got him a Serta mattress. And what did I tell you about trailers that start out happy?
After today, this family's life will never be the same again.
Dead! Or at least brutally attacked by a street gang.
And the law is powerless against these thugs.
Have we tried teaching them to break dance? From director Bill Lustig of Maniac, to think the Charles Bronson movie of the month isn't the one called Vigilante. It stars Robert Forster as a father seeking revenge who joins a vigilante group headed by Fred Williamson. What? No, you've got Joe Spinell, the Maniac himself, in charge? No wonder Forster has to blow up cars on his own. If you love yourself some gritty, sleazy-ass New York exterminator-like revenge, you don't need me to tell you to check out Vigilante, unless you're dead because you jaywalked and your body is now in the Hudson. Vigilante! Bronson will be here in a second. And that second is now. It's midnight somewhere in the world.
This man is the law. 10 to midnight.
See, Bronson was needed elsewhere because there's a serial killer on the streets and he's got to shoot him in the head. This is 10 to midnight, and I love this film. One of my favorite Bronson flicks. So much so, I spotlighted it on a Snob episode. Don't worry about me spoiling it. The trailer itself spoils the rather amazing ending scene. In the movie, Bronson is a cop who falsifies evidence to put away a serial killer, which does get him in trouble and the killer back on the streets. Don't worry, he'll hunt the bastard down. It's one of those movies at the time that combines other genres with slasher elements, like Silent Rage in '82 did, here being a detective thriller that also has scenes of a slasher killer knocking off college girls. It didn't get good reviews, but whatever. The movie is entertaining as hell, well made, has fun characters, and is totally worth the watch for Bronson fans. But if it's Conan the Barbarian you want, well, you could just watch Conan. Or if the USA Network is showing Ator the Fighting Eagle, there's that. This character is probably the most famous of the Italian Conansploitation flicks. Played by Miles O'Keefe, Ator, or Ator, depending on what you're watching, is a warrior destined to destroy evil in the form of a spider cult. I'm actually less familiar with this one, which is the first one, except for all the clips of it they show at the beginning of the sequel. Now the second film, under the title Cave Dwellers, I've seen many times due to it being one of my favorite MST3K episodes. I've even seen the third film, the surprisingly good and very surreal Iron Warrior, and yeah, there's a fourth. I may have done a snob episode on that. But the first one, perhaps I should actually see this sometime. It's got Miles O'Keefe with far more lines than in Tarzan the Ape Man. You got Laura Gemser. It's a Joe D'Amato flick. And isn't that the killer from Curtains? Hell, even the next film sounds like it could be in the Ator universe. It's called Iron Master. It isn't from Joe D'Amato, though, but it is from Umberto Lenzi, the director of Cannibal Ferox, and you can tell in some shots. It's a film about prehistoric man discovering iron so they can kill a lot of people.
One day, the god of the volcanoes that lit the darkness revealed to man the secret of fire.
Yes, come for the history, stay for George Eastman fighting a lion. And hey, if I take my glasses off, it still kind of looks like an Ator movie, but still historically accurate.
From it, man forged a terrible new weapon.
Yes, a Nerf fencing sword. It's the origin of George Eastman's Big Ape character from 2019 after the fall of New York. Oh, we'll get to that one too. It's a big year for Eastman, apes, and fantasy abs. For 20,000 years ago, man's adventure still goes on, albeit sometimes the budget is bigger. Can we get an actual documentary in here?
When I first started out singing gospel, the churches didn't want it.
Yes, but did you forge fire with the first cast iron sword to fight the spider cult? This is Say Amen Somebody from director George Nierenberg, who had previously directed a documentary on tap and now moved on to gospel music, shot from an outsider's perspective. This is a highly acclaimed film about gospel, featuring Willie Mayford Smith and Thomas A. Dorsey, two extremely prominent figures in the development and spread of gospel music through America. With no narrator, the film focuses on the music, the history, and their stories, and it played very well in major cities in its March of '83 release, after some sold-out festival screenings in '82. But where's the light shining through the window to inspire the Blues Brothers? Even TV movies get into the slasher game, with this more 80s horror film take on something like Satan's School for Girls, where Diane Franklin goes to a boarding school where the staff always hires a killer for some reason. Forget private lessons, this is Deadly Lessons. You know, somehow less icky. It premiered on ABC in March of '83, with early roles for Bill Paxton and Ali Sheedy, and you get to see Donna Reed in a TV thriller. Here's a cool movie you might not be familiar with. This is a Canadian Western drama directed by the late Philip Borsos, who sadly died in 1995, only at the age of 41. In the film, Richard Farnsworth stars as real-life stagecoach robber Bill Miner, who legend has it started the phrase, "Hands up!" Farnsworth is an older Bill Miner here, released from prison, who gets the idea to rob a train after going to see the 1903 film The Great Train Robbery. It wasn't a runaway success at the box office, but got some critical love and a restoration and re-release in 2020. Now, there were certainly a lot of Raiders clones at the time. We just saw one with Treasure of the Four Crowns, but High Road to China has my attention. That guy fell and exploded easier than a car. One reason this stands out is that it stars Tom Selleck as, I guess, a consolation prize after being the original top pick for Indiana Jones. So you get to see what it may have been like if he played Indy. And he got Bert and Ernie killed for simply looking for their feathered friend. In it, Selleck is a pilot hired to find a woman's missing father in Asia, so it's also like it's a cannibal-exploitation plot too. The movie was a minor hit. It brought in the most money of the March of '83 releases, as well it should. I hope all that money they spent on these explosions paid off. Eat that, King Solomon's Mines! We're gonna bang in my cockpit! But not performing as well was Trenchcoat, a Robert Hayes Margot Kidder comedy that upon looking at my big box for it, I couldn't tell that it was a comedy. It was one of the Disney films at the time geared towards adults, like Watcher in the Woods or '83's Something Wicked This Way Comes. Disney Productions did keep their logo off the movie, which I guess worked because not that many people remember it anyway, let alone that Disney did it. No time for that, the bad boys are here! No, not the Will Smith and Martin Lawrence movie. This one is far more 80s gritty.
Once little boys grew up to be reliable and hard-working. But now...
Was Esai Morales always a villain? From Halloween 2 director Rick Rosenthal, and featuring Sean Penn, and a theatrical '83 Ali Sheedy, Penn is a juvenile delinquent working hard at immediately trying to shed the Spicoli image. But even in a hard drama like this, cars will still be easy to explode, and I have the feeling Bronson is lurking around the corner somewhere. It's best he ends up in juvie. That's where Robert Forster and Fred Williamson can't get to him, even if he has to deal with that bastard Clancy Brown who puts his boogers on his food. And why would you piss off Clancy? Well, someone's waking up with their head severed. You know what could have helped these kids? A streetwise teacher with a heart of gold and some quality rapping skills. It's like it's a high school movie crossed with penitentiary. I always thought 3 O'Clock High needed far more switchblades to the gut. And Baby It's You ain't the only film of the month for Vincent Spano, but maybe the most realistic, yet doesn't have a horse.
A magical, mystical motion picture made the whole world believe
that a horse could fly. It's The Black Stallion Returns, a sequel to the '79 film, and produced by Francis Ford Coppola, where drama is afoot.
We have come for our horse.
This horse is mine. Go after Don from Hot to Trot if you want a horse. Based on the book sequel, too, from 1945 from author Walter Farley, it's the story of a kid going through great lengths to get back his animal friend.
You are courageous to have come this far.
That guy's just lucky he didn't steal John Wick's horse. It's the only film directed by Robert Dalva, who was an experienced editor and also edited the '79 Black Stallion. Also, it's about a race now.
Returns as the race of a lifetime.
Yeah, that Black Stallion was pretty good and all. But don't you know we need more Indiana Jones-like imagery and stunt work? Have the horse shoot a swordsman if need be. But I don't think we'll get a trailer this year with a better opening line than this.
John Schneider, one of the hottest young stars of our time.
See him now in Tulsa. Who else you got?
Kirk Douglas, one of the greatest stars of all time.
But still, second billing to Schneider in Eddie Macon's run. My something terrible is gonna happen alarm is going off again.
They started a family and came to Texas to build a better life.
Stop moving next door to street gangs. Or pissing off John Goodman in his first movie role.
I don't give a shit about your boat or your wife.
My buddies didn't die face down in the mud so you could commit a minor offense and be sentenced to 5 to 20. Where his only hope is to escape and make it back to his family and stumble across Chainsaw Massacre-like characters for some reason. And then it looks like another movie happens halfway through the trailer.
Morzak, a tough cop from the East.
Okay, so it's a gritty cop movie now? Seriously, now the trailer guy is just talking about Kirk and selling us a cop film as if Eddie's now the villain.
I have to say, he's got some balls.
Balls spelled backwards is desperation.
We're gonna need to work on that line a little, especially in a year that contains Go Ahead, Make My Day. Made as a star vehicle for John Schneider after his Dukes of Hazzard success, the movie itself features a lot more Kirk Douglas and did underperform at the box office. But first-time director Jeff Canoe would have bigger success next year with Revenge of the Nerds. Come along, Goodman, we're going nerd bashing. And did someone say nerds?
I like fun just as much as the next guy, but it's my first day at the arcade.
He's gonna be grabbing more ass than he is joysticks. That's what the movie is called! Holy shit, if you thought the games were action-packed, watch out for the gangs, the fighting, and the poolside babes. Which, oh yeah, thanks poster. A sight never ever seen in an arcade in video game history. And how's that game gonna work with you inside of it? This movie is awesome. Imagine a dance movie plot about an arcade where businessman bastard Joe Don Baker wants to shut the arcade down, and the only thing that will save it is to put their stench and sweat together and fight back with zaniness. Lots and lots of zaniness. Look, we didn't have much to protest in '83. Sure, there was the threat of nuclear war and all, but that's way too big picture. Give me something I can get behind, like big business taking away my right to play Space Ace anytime I want. And why does it look like it takes place in Tromaville? From exploitation great Graydon Clark, is it the most ADHD film of the year? Then they all died of a heart attack after playing Berserk for 5 minutes. Whatever keeps them from putting their joysticks through the girls' shower peepholes, not to mention...
Hi.
I bet that's his tutor. Some underage kid is getting laid. And I'm having trouble keeping some of these titles straight. We've had the Black Stallion returning, Eddie Macon running, and now we've got Max Dugan returning. You should all just come together at the arcade to play Sunset Riders. This dramedy stars Jason Robards as Max Dugan, who returns to his estranged daughter, who he left when she was a child, and now she's a widow raising her son, played by Matthew Broderick. It's a Neil Simon adaptation, and notable in that regard for being the last of 5 Simon collaborations with director Herbert Ross, and also the last Simon film to feature Marsha Mason before the two divorced. It was a decent hit that had okay reviews, and certainly a step up critically and with audiences than the 1982 Simon and Ross collaboration I Ought to Be in Pictures. And speaking of having a better year in '82, sure, as a producer, Black Stallion Returns didn't set the world on fire for Coppola, but as a director, The Outsiders did a lot better for him than his notorious, yet for me underrated, 1982 musical One from the Heart. It was his first of 2 S.E. Hinton adaptations in '83, with the other being Rumblefish, which would also star Matt Dillon. It's the saga of a group of street toughs and their road to violence, which happens because they didn't have John Hughes to keep them in school. Yes, the movie features everyone that was on your walls in the '80s. They'll have to have their own redemption arcs, since there's no juvie here, which puts them in danger right away from vigilantes. The film has a special place in my heart. I love the movie. I think it's one of Coppola's best of the '80s. And The Outsiders is the only play I was ever in. The Springfield Theater Center adapted it in the mid-90s, where I did voiceover work and was a preppy who got chased away by the greasers. I won 0 Tony Awards. Maybe the boys just need a vacation. Woo! Spring break! Fort Lauderdale! Let's blow the roofie off this joint. That's all the plot you need here. College boys take a break from drinking in the dorms to go drinking in the sun. If you think that could be a slasher film without the killer, it is from director Sean Cunningham, director of Friday the 13th, and like Friday the 13th, it was very profitable. Of course it was. Post Porky's, show us some boobs, some beer, and play some tunes, and we'll be there with our money. Do I have this on VHS, and did I used to watch it as a kid? Yes, truly an inspiring picture.
Spring break. It's the reason kids go to college in the first place.
Suckers, while you were spending your money on tuition, I didn't go to college. I had spring break every week in my 20s. Enough of this partying, let's get some real manly men in here for us straight treats. Like Tough Enough, starring Dennis Quaid.
I left my home to find a dream.
Yes, Tender Mercies meets Rocky. See you in the steam room, boys! I don't know what actually is on the soundtrack to this, because whenever I see the title, I think of the fabulous Thunderbirds song. Poor Dennis is fighting so much, he really is having great balls of fire. But try as you might.
Well, son, that's your tough man trophy.
You will never impress Wilford Brimley. He is beating the hell out of this turn-of-the-century strong man. He's gonna need his strength when he faces off against Jaws 3D. He'll punch that shark right in the face. He'll win the fight and get a singing contract.
Gonna pay you to sing? He's gonna pay me to sing. I'll be goddamn.
That's as impressed as he'll ever get. If you think it's weird to see a blue band R-rated trailer, that kind of weirdness is in keeping with the film.
Tired of questioning your own existence?
No, I've accepted my role in the world as the guy who talked about E.T. pornos. It's Monty Python's The Meaning of Life, with the fellas not only returning to a sketch comedy format, but a real theatrical epic one at that, as the movie not only takes a bite out of all the stages of life, but swallows it so much it will vomit it all over the restaurant. As much as I love and respect the film, it probably is the Python film I've seen the least. I'd say Holy Grail and Life of Brian are the more approachable films, but even being 20 plus years since I've seen this, it has such memorable moments in it that there's so much of the movie I can remember as if I've only seen it yesterday, like the office building pirates, or the Every Sperm is Sacred song, or yes, the famous mint scene. I wouldn't say it's the first Python movie you should see. Even the redoing of their show sketches in And Now for Something Completely Different I've seen more. But this one I'd say is their most unrestrained and unapologetically surreal film. A Python movie at its most Terry's. But I don't know if anyone drops water on themselves during a sexy dance scene. That's for Flashdance next month. We're back and whoa, I'm sensing a leak coming from the second floor. The hell's going on up there anyway? Well, that's gonna be playing in theaters for a while. I know I say this all the time, but best move somewhere a little less leaky. There we go. Solves that problem. I'll explain why I'm at a different location. Good timing, Flashdance. Anyway, on to the Canadian movie.
They have been here since the dawn of time.
Wall art. When kids get crayons, your whole day is ruined scrubbing it off the wall.
They were on the edge of Moscow with Napoleon.
Bill and Ted? Whatever it is, it's in every continent, in every city. Just tell me the answer. I don't want to play 20 questions anymore.
What's the matter? My hand! Something bit my hand! Are you okay?
Ooh, it's about kittens. Actually, this is Deadly Eyes, a movie about killer rats.
Would you believe the other day I saw a rat this big?
Are you through?
Yeah, okay, Scatman. You've been drinking with Lloyd the bartender again, haven't you? So killer rats served on the battlefield with Napoleon? Well, after Bruno Mattei's Rats, I can believe it. Based on a book called The Rats, it was changed to Deadly Eyes? That could mean anything. I love that this is based on a book, like Slugs, and the trailer is just as great.
The rat population of the world is estimated to be 108 billion.
Rat facts are a little obsession the trailer narrator has. He's been waiting for a movie like this. And people are raving about this next one, too.
The film Newsweek magazine called one of the best American movies of the year.
Only because Deadly Eyes was Canadian. This is Heart Like a Wheel, with Hoyt Axton teaching the kids to properly drive the shaggin' wagon from Dumb and Dumber. It's a biopic starring Bonnie Bedelia as the first lady of drag racing, Shirley Muldowney. Even on her wedding day, she's racking up points Death Race 2000 style. But she's married to Leo Rossi. It ain't working out due to Bud's fondness for hot tubbing with nurses. The movie had decent reviews, though the real Shirley Muldowney stated it wasn't exactly true to her life story, despite being good for racing, and she would have preferred Jamie Lee Curtis in the role. But wow, in '83, it's risky advertising your movie in the One from the Heart font. I know heart is in this title too. It doesn't appear to be a very good month for marriages, if this next movie is any indication.
What's the matter?
She never knew her husband had an affair.
Until the blabbermouth trailer narrator told her. You can tell this one will be melodramatic. Even the poster looks like a stock photo for a movie like this. Same with the title. Man, woman, child. The plot is that Martin Sheen had an affair some years prior, but when the woman dies, he finds out he has a son who then comes to live with his wife and family. Ooh, the original idea for introducing Cousin Oliver. Also, it's another plot you could easily adapt into a crazy kid horror film. Anyway, I swear, honey, it was the one time. It was when I was doing espionage work in Russia to help protect our country. If you think about it, I'm really a hero. But you know what helps the family when infidelity rears its ugly head? A day at Six Flags. Again, do you have to make the child look like Damien? He's gonna kill mommy in her sleep. That makes this question easier.
Could you choose between the son you never knew you had and the family you've always loved?
Ooh, that's tough. He chooses Vietnam. I have the sneaking suspicion the next one will be less dramatic. And it's one of my favorite movies of all time.
At TNA High, the student body's got a lot more bounce to the ounce.
Just hear me out, people. This is Screwballs, which I've referenced a lot on the show. From producer Roger Corman and writers Linda Shane and Jim Wynorski, it advertised itself like it's just another post-Porky's knockoff, but Screwballs heavily stands out in the genre of 80s sexploitation, because you're getting an extremely funny stealth satire of the genre, with it seemingly taking place in a spoof land. It's about a group of high schoolers who get detention because of school prude Purity Bush. So they hatch a plan to see her naked. That's the whole plot, scheming to see her nude with over-the-top plans like burying oneself in the sand where she sunbathes. And this dude's name is Melvin Jerkovsky. Could it be made today? Of course not, because the subgenre itself isn't even relevant now. But this was a cherished film in my friends group. A lot of nights buying cookie dough and watching Screwballs, and even planning our own ideas for a remake. I don't care if sexploitation movies aren't a thing anymore. I would totally bring back the world of Screwballs and make it a throwback film. Man, since every other movie is a TNA flick or a Conan exploitation movie, guess what we got coming up now?
From a place beyond time comes a terrifying challenge beyond imagination.
And both Screwballs and Conquest are two movies I love. It's a Conan exploitation movie gone Lucio Fulci style, so it's a good-looking movie, chock full of nudity, violence, and when I did a Cinema Snob episode on it, I remember I had trouble showing the evil queen because she's naked a lot in this film. But what could I show? The laser arrows? That's right, a sword and sorcery movie where they shoot lasers at each other. Move over, Ator. Here's one fantasy film that could easily go into space if it wanted. But you know what? I say we stick with this sci-fi Italian film theme. Bring on the new barbarians!
The nuclear holocaust had come to pass, and civilization vanished.
Because we gave the robots boobs. It's the story of the nuclear holocaust bringing about our greatest threat.
The new barbarians.
Together they are here for the most epic Devo music video ever filmed. Need to know anything else before getting your legs chopped off? Yes, there will be explosions. It's not Italian exploitation enough yet. Get Fred Williamson in here and George Eastman. This may be post-apocalyptic, but that doesn't mean you don't have the tools to turn your car into James Bond's car. It makes it so much easier for the explosions. Where even the people are exploding. The future gave our society plenty of time to work on their stunt work and also their hair. And you want to know how powerful Bob from House by the Cemetery is? He's in this film too. That's right, Bob survived the nuclear holocaust, you cockroach. Do you need to know a plot in this? It could be about dune buggy wrestling, it could be about defeating our nation's crash test dummies, or people just being stupid. Well, you could have moved, but that would have taken effort. Part Road Warrior, part Death Sport. It's a movie with so much action, the credits make it look like the actors are playing the cars and the explosions. I want every ticket for this film. But it's Dad's turn to pick the movie. Alright, fine, we'll go with the drama Flight of the Eagle, a Swedish film starring Max von Sydow, which got its American release in '83, and was nominated for an Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film. It was about an 1897 expedition to the North Pole in a balloon known as the Eagle, and is a true story about engineer S.A. Andre. And if you're expecting a big around the world in 80 days adventure, this is a story that doesn't exactly have a happy ending. Is it time to get back to the sexploitation? Sorta. TNA flicks were so popular at the time that here's a movie with David Niven and Art Carney, and this is the poster. But it isn't quite Hard Bodies. It's a comedy where the two claim to be the grandfather of a 10-year-old who is about to inherit a fortune, and they will duel to the death over this money. Or at least suction cup arrows onto their heads. Okay, wake me when you use laser arrows, fellas. Come see Better Late Than Never, which audiences emphasized the never. The movie barely had a theatrical release in the States. But more films my friends and I used to watch all the time together. After various screenings in '81 and '82, Sam Raimi's The Evil Dead gets its release in April of '83.
No, it was the woods themselves.
Yes, but we still shouldn't discount giant killer rats. It's the story of the Necronomicon possessing the woods to commit violent treason. Now I'm just reusing my jokes from the Snob episode I just did. This is the universe from Spring Break, which is why that movie was adamant about vacationing in Fort Lauderdale and not a remote cabin where the only entertainment is they have a book on tape.
I fear that the only way to stop those possessed was through the act of bodily dismemberment.
Oh, they were gonna do this anyway. Every sitcom tells me when your characters spend time at a cabin, they'll be at each other's throats in no time. The film comes after Raimi's short Within the Woods and gave the world Bruce Campbell as Ash. As popular as the sequels are, and I love the sequels, it was the first one I watched the most. 2 and 3 are hilarious and extremely creative, but something about the ferociousness of the first that I always found scary and intense as hell, but still with a sense of humor. Not to mention the wildly impressive special effects made on such a small budget that still hold up today and are better than some of the effects now I see in a $100 million film. Speaking of great special effects, it's like Jennifer Beals really is her dancing double Maureen Jahan. Yes, one of the year's biggest hits, Flashdance.
Your body just moves. There's something inside of you that just clicks and you're gone.
We'll put the music in later. We haven't decided on What a Feeling or Eddie Rabbit's theme to Every Which Way But Loose. Some people are Dirty Dancing people or Footloose people, but me, I'm a Flashdance guy. The story of a Steel Town girl on a Saturday night. Just as the song says. Yes, no wonder it was a hit. It's like a full-length music video, but what I love about it is that it still isn't afraid to get a bit gritty. It does still have some tragedy and shows the sleazier side to the nightclub dancing scene. It doesn't get as dark or as real as Saturday Night Fever, but it tries. and is darker than the year's actual Saturday Night Fever sequel. It's a film all about its soundtrack, its style, but is so great at all of those things that it earned its place as one of the most iconic films of the year, thanks to Adrian Lynn's direction, the cinematography, and producers Don Simpson and Jerry Bruckheimer, which made this a real audience film that's like the Top Gun of dance films. Even people who think they're too good for Flashdance, they still remember Flashdance. The better chase your dream movie after Independence Day '83.
If a dream comes true just one time, it can change your life for all time.
Hence why my life changed after the invention of crystal clear cola. Maybe we should keep the style train going. How about a film that helped inspire Electroclash? And that's Liquid Sky.
You wanted to know who and what I am? I'm a killer.
It is quite the month for very stylish bisexual movies with sex and death. We'll get to the hunger soon enough. We've got the story of new wave cokehead model Margaret.
You wanted to know where I'm from? I'm from Connecticut.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have some more drugs. You know how it goes. One day you're dressing up to bother Reno from Driller Killer. The next, a UFO is keeping tabs on you to suck from the brains of those you have sex with. With cinematography that has a heavy emphasis on German expressionism, it's a badass movie that, well, endorphin-seeking UFOs isn't the wildest conspiracy theory I've heard. I know what happens when you do a little drug called Liquid Sky. Everything turns into rock and roll. We've had movies so far with mutant killer animals, music films, and post-apocalyptic films. Why not something that's all three? In a futuristic world where a Saturday morning cartoon got hooked on drugs and put on some Lou Reed, Iggy Pop, Debbie Harry, Cheap Trick, and Earth, Wind, and Fire, you got a movie that MGM didn't know what the hell to do with and put it out in theaters to die. But it goes without saying how much of a cult hit this was on video and cable TV. I still see it get talked about even today. But what's more exploding than rockin' and rulin'? How about Chuck Norris and David Carradine in the same film?
When you're the best, you do things with style.
He is gonna get that Tough Enough poster signed. McQuaid is so badass, bullets are scared to go near him, and his bullets explode on impact. Gangs are terrified to roam these parts. See, he's just randomly shooting things. He doesn't know what he's up against. But the wolf has met his match.
And a powerful enemy.
Yes, slow motion. His family has never had to deal with this kind of danger.
Something to remember you by. Ranger?
Not to mention flashback fades. He will have to relive this terror every afternoon, but he'll fight back with the art of freeze framing.
So now the wolf has a wolf pack.
I don't know how assembling drinking buddies will help, but okay. Not only was it a good mainstream hit for Chuck Norris, but was even a lot more well-received by critics than some of his previous films, because who wouldn't want to see Norris versus Carradine?
The final showdown belongs to McQuaid.
Yes, but with that sweater, he's gonna beat McQuaid at a game of anticipation. Don't give the whole climax away. You know I'll be at this one. We may have to shoot something from outer space to break up this fight.
What was that?
Laser arrows from a distant fantasy world. It took light years to get here. If you think Deadly Spawn will remind you of other things, it knows.
First, there was the invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Then there was the disappointing 2007 remake.
Then there was Alien.
Yes, that's the one we want you to remember. It's an Alien knockoff that was even called Return of the Aliens in some countries. It was such a time for Alien knockoffs, I couldn't remember if I had talked about this already, or was just confusing it with Galaxy of Terror or Forbidden World. Am I forgetting another movie? Oh right, Frankenstein's monster. Or maybe the scene of Frankenstein crawling around to eat anything that moves.
What do you do when unknown terror surrounds you?
I'd be the comic relief, so I die. You know what'll make me remember this though?
What the f*** was that?
Okay, so it's got a sense of humor. Trailer guy is becoming a smartass.
They're full of surprises. And the best is yet to come.
We turn the sprinklers on them to annoy them? Just imagine the Evil Dead if they didn't read the Necronomicon and read about shit weasels instead.
The movie real science fiction fans have been waiting for.
Yeah, not all you poser sci-fi fans. But now we're getting into an area where if the trailer seems like a melodrama,
She traded a dream and a small town.
it's not. But there is still dancing. Trust me, you'd be surprised if the VHS for Exposed wasn't in my jacket. Written and directed by James Toback, so it's gonna have a great soundtrack.
Wait.
I love this film, love it. And Toback was one of my biggest influences as a screenwriter. This is a movie where Nostalgia Critic wants to be a fashion model, so you may think, oh, okay, it's like a chasing your dream movie. She dances in her apartment, meets photographer Ian McShane. She's on her way to being a star, with bizarre sex scenes like playing her like a cello. And then, no joke, she meets a terrorist played by Harvey Keitel, and it becomes an espionage thriller where he uses models as weapons. It's great. It's an original clashing of genres, it's got great music, great style, it's unpredictable, and it is a super underrated one to check out. But how about a coming-of-age movie starring Tom Cruise as a teenager who wants to get laid?
Woody can't stand it.
If I can wait, why can't you wait?
No, not Risky Business. This is the other 1983 Virginal Cruise movie, Losing It. But between Cruise, John Stockwell, and Rick Rossovich, it could be a high school Top Gun prequel. Also featuring Jackie Earle Haley, and about friends on a road trip for sex. It was directed by Curtis Hanson, but unlike Risky Business, this one had some pretty negative reviews. It was so shenanigans-filled that they actually did call it Porky's 3 when it was released in Brazil. Ironically though, it is better than the actual Porky's 3, so I'll take it. The trailer is a bit loose on the plot, however.
It's the last word about the first time.
I'm assuming you're talking about sex, but the trailer makes it seem like they're popping their cherry in buying illegal fireworks. We need to get back to America to spotlight America's greatest pastime.
Yes, sir. We got baseball coming your way. The Memphis Blues and the Denver Devils.
Well, I already lost the house last week, but okay, double or nothing. This is the baseball comedy Blue Skies Again, a chasing your dreams movie without a terror plot. And yes, there's a gimmick.
The Devils are a major league team with a minor difference. A second baseman whose name is Paula. Paula?
Whoa, she wants to be an MLB player and she's a chick? She could make it. The other players mostly play slapstick position.
No way a girl can play this game.
You won't regret it.
Sure, I'll regret it.
Someone hasn't seen the Bad News Bears.
Just hope I can survive it.
Or stuck the umpire in the ass with a devil's fork. It was the only film for Robin Bartow, who plays Paula, yet was the first film for Andy Garcia, and with lines and editing like this.
Get the broad off the field!
Just because I'm a girl?
Not exactly.
You're a freak.
It's got the exact poster you think it does. A woman on a major league team? What does she think this is? A game? And why is young J.R. Ewing hovering behind her? Sure, it's inspiring and all, but if you're more of a football fan, relax. Quarterback Princess will be out in December. Now we have the other bisexual human feasting movie of the month, this time in Tony Scott vision.
Sarah Roberts is in jeopardy.
Hey, lady.
Oh shit, there's a creeping Willem Dafoe on every corner. It's the original vampire throuple film, which stars David Bowie and Catherine Deneuve as a vampire power couple, but when Bowie begins aging rapidly, he desperately tries to hold on to his youth, while Miriam keeps an eye out for her next consort and looks freaking sexy while doing it. Enter Susan Sarandon as a gerontologist, who gets bit with the thirst of blood and sex as she falls for Miriam. It's like a soap opera, music video style erotic vampire flick where even the narrator wants to bang the stars.
The open sensuality of Susan Sarandon.
The movie was trashed upon release, but I love this film. As a big Tony Scott fan, it's what you'd want a sexy-ass Scott vampire movie to be. And has gained quite a big fan base over the years, with producer Brian Fuller even crediting it as influential to the Hannibal TV series. But a stylish flick that did get good reviews at the time, and also popular with audiences, was Valley Girl. The origin of Nicolas Cage, his first movie that credits him as such. It's the love story between Hollywood punk kid Randy and Valley Girl Deborah Foreman, and that great use of modern English. It really is a great film, and one that gets a lot more real than the movie you picture in your head. You might think you're getting a light romance, and sure, there's plenty of cheerful things about it, but it is one where the more it goes on, the more these characters are way more than just caricatures they might be introduced as. And even the world itself isn't afraid to get sinister in the last act. It's one of the best teen movies of the year, more in the style of something like Fast Times at Ridgemont High than My Tutor. Even the movie itself is making out to its own soundtrack. And I promised you more dark side of Disney movies, and here we have Something Wicked This Way Comes, based on the book by Ray Bradbury about why you don't invite Jonathan Pryce and his evil circus to town. It may be deadlier than the poster for Disney's Toby Tyler. I think the real horror was behind the scenes. It was already given a big budget for a truly ambitious and creepy adaptation, but I guess too dark for Disney, who took the project away from director Jack Clayton and spent an extra $5 million to reshoot and re-edit it. And only the Center for Ray Bradbury Studies has the original Clayton cut on VHS. But despite seemingly endless reshoots, people being fired, new narration, and effects, it did have its share of critics who really praised the film for its atmosphere. And even though it definitely bombed at the box office, there's a lot of people who grew up with this one, like all the 80s dark Disney movies. I didn't see it till I was an adult, but I enjoyed it for its combination of Disney tropes and a foggy horror setting you could watch every Halloween season. But next month is when audiences will really come back to theaters. Sure, Return of the Jedi comes out, but also Space Hunter, Adventures in the Forbidden Zone. Oh, damn it, I left my mini posters back at the studio. Hang on, they might actually be in my pocket. 10 to Midnight VHS, no, The Hunger VHS, is it just VHS's in here? Vacation, oh, it works out, they're all from 1983. Star 80, I got that one too. Oh, Christmas Story, well, that's not until later in the year. All right, gotta make a trip back. Pardon me a moment. It works out I'm at home painstakingly hanging movie posters because May of '83 proves that you can have some fantastic entertainment without even leaving your house. That's when the premiere of the groundbreaking miniseries V happened, a major two-night event from May 1st to May 2nd, which is still celebrated today and considered to be one of the best miniseries of all time, leading to a sequel, a 1984 TV series, and a 2009 reboot. I'm sure there's still some stuff you can see in theaters, too.
Imagine their confusion with the people, the plumbing, the customs. Still smoking.
But you're better off at home getting high and watching V. They warn you at the beginning.
The following preview does not contain any of the drugs, sex, language, or unnatural acts.
Damn, guess I'll take my bottle of lotion and go see My Tutor again. Or, by the opening of this, best little whorehouse in Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please welcome Burt Reynolds and Dolly Parton?
I think there's been a mistake.
I'm not sure about the quality of choices at this film festival. Still Smokin' is a series of silliness surrounded by a story where Cheech and Chong are in Amsterdam at a film festival, and I'm not sure I believe the narrator.
So if you've ever seen a Cheech and Chong film, you must see this one.
Does Martin Sheen sniff Sam Neill's ass in Enigma? I think not. While V had great reviews then and today, don't worry, Still Smokin' had terrible reviews then and terrible reviews today. But hey, it made a decent enough profit, so we'll see you again in 1984 for the Corsican Brothers. Sadly, the next comedy didn't get the best reviews either, despite also having a trailer intro.
Hello, I'm Dan Aykroyd.
Oh no, you're not selling me dangerous products again. Instead, he's warning against the dangers of VCRs.
It's nice to know you're here tonight, rather than at home shoving cheap little plastic into cheap imported video systems.
Timeless. Actually, to me it is. I am still surrounded by VHS tapes, and only a few of them were cheap. For as the trailer says, who doesn't love movies?
Movies are great. There's nothing like a good movie, or even a bad one for that matter.
Bold statement after Still Smokin'. This one references other movies too, like Dr. No, Dr. Zhivago, because he is Dr. Detroit. Kind of the night shift of its year, where Aykroyd is a professor who poses as a pimp, and I'd say he's doing the job well. The intro even has the boom mic from Dolomite. The movie was expected to be a big hit, especially with it being Aykroyd's first movie where he's flying solo and not billed as a duo, though we still got James Brown here for some Blues Brothers action, and even funkier than before. Well, I want to manage some hookers now and dance! The movie wasn't the runaway success they thought it would be, despite having some critics at the time, like Ebert, who liked it, and the character is having a good time.
This is the best time I've ever had in my entire life! Do you hear me, world?
He does a fantastic impression of a trailer for a 60s Jerry Lewis movie. But good news, Malcolm McDowell put his body parts together again, and now he's ready to take on Blue Thunder, if the pilots don't hurt themselves.
Policing the air has its ups and downs.
Oh, you know, another zany day at work, either shooting crooks from the sky or falling onto a building. Whose fault is this? Oh, Daniel Stern, I should have known. Bushwhacked fever does not belong in the sky. Even if this is from the director of Saturday Night Fever. Get badass Roy Scheider in here. He drinks from the carton. That means he's rebellious and can take charge of the prototype smart helicopter known as Blue Thunder.
That hears through walls, sees in the dark, and thinks your thoughts.
Why does the helicopter need to know what movies I bring lotion into? The movie is like Dick Jones from RoboCop wrote his own autobiography. It is a pretty awesome flick, and was a decent enough hit too. It has a plot line that is prime material for a TV series at the time. Seriously, they did make a TV version out of it, but while that one was short-lived, the other helicopter series, Airwolf, was a success. Just think, if Roy had this the whole time, he wouldn't have needed a bigger boat to defeat Jaws. He'd just fly over and shoot him with a rocket. It was the best way to get more explosions in a single trailer than in High Road to China. He has only one weakness.
And the perfect plan. But Murphy stole their thunder.
Damn, defeated by shitty trailer guy jokes. You were so close to making it to the end. But going back to our 60s video again for a second, one of the movies spotlighted was Jean-Luc Godard's classic Breathless. And here in '83, we come full circle for Jim McBride's 1983 remake of the same name. And it is awesome! You hear remake of a Jean-Luc Godard movie, you may think, how dare they? But in the case of this, it has a unique style and identity all of its own that makes it a true underrated masterpiece of cool. Here, Richard Gere is a car thief who sure finds some trouble along the road, but he's got his Silver Surfer comic book and his collection of Jerry Lee Lewis rockabilly music to still have a great time. Even the trailer itself is basically the best Jerry Lee Lewis video ever. The movie did get mixed reviews at the time, but is far more heavily praised now, with some critics even liking it better than the original. Hell, I love this for its very 80s neo-noir style and its rockabilly music that almost makes it like a 1983 Arch Hall Jr. movie on a bigger budget. And to me, that is a freaking compliment. Yes, we all know Return of the Jedi is the biggest hit of May of '83 and of the year in general, but of all movies released this month, make sure Breathless is one that you see. And yes, we do have a horror movie this month too.
Was it a broken dream? An unfinished memory?
Yeah, speaking of unfinished memory, I'm not gonna lie, I looked at the poster for Mausoleum and was like, did I talk about this one already? I legitimately could not remember. I've watched a lot of these 80s horror movies where there's fog, possessions, and a mausoleum. And to think this isn't where the jump scare is.
I didn't mean to scare you, Mrs. Farrow.
Sorry, she's just a little jumpy after the terror of still smoking. Plus, she keeps giving her soul to people who blew up more shit than Blue Thunder.
She gave her soul to the evil force in the mausoleum.
What? The Soul Takers were good salesmen. They came with a fantastic collection of glowing eye effects. Can I just say, though, that of these supernatural horror movies so far, this one includes the best line in the trailer.
There's some strange shit going on in this house.
That's right, strange shit indeed. It's hard enough differentiating between this and Amityville 3D later in the year. Or this.
The woman you're living with looks like Susan. She looks exactly like your wife, but she's not your wife.
Is that the trailer guy's voice? Basically an 80s Exorcist knockoff, with a little nod to lure in the crowd from Valley Girl, and some solid effects that show that she could just simply have the transformation powers from Manimal. Come see Mausoleum, it's not mortuary, why would you make that mistake? Now, as I warned you with Exposed, something may still start out like a Chasing Your Dreams movie.
Every year, girls move to the city, determined to make their dreams come true.
It's an update on the Jack the Ripper case about a killer who slaughters hookers, but still, follow your dreams. This is American Nightmare, which is full of treachery, as in it's called American Nightmare, yet is a Canadian film. But, truth be told, this is another underrated film of the month. A very, very, very adult slasher, more in the vein of something like New York Ripper than, say, Prom Night, which this was produced by the director of Prom Night, and I'm guessing he liked it better than Curtains. But hey, talk about transitioning from one film to the other, here's how that trailer ends.
American Nightmare. Pray.
Oh, what's the worst that could happen? Let's see how the next trailer begins. Oof, well, I guess that's our choices. A serial killer or Bill Cosby. Yes, this highly regarded, beloved theatrical stand-up film was considered to be one of the best of its kind. Yet watching it today, with a title like this...
Bill Cosby himself.
Don't forget, you owe this to yourself.
That sounds like a threat. How is it that his 1981 film, The Devil and Max Devlin, aged far better simply because he played the devil in that? Now we can get to the big sci-fi release of '83!
Columbia Pictures will present 3D as you've never seen it before.
Ooh, it's like Jabba the Hutt really is licking my face! Oh wait, never mind, this is the other sci-fi film of the month, a movie that says screw you to all those other 3D movies.
The first quality 3D film backed by a major studio.
Friday the 13th 3D was the way bigger hit. But hey, if you think about it...
Their mission, save 3 stranded women.
I like her.
It is still kinda like the Jabba's Palace sequence from Return of the Jedi. I joke, but they really wanted to give you a fun, old-school pulp sci-fi Buck Rogers type experience here, and I think they did it. It's a fun little 3D movie that did start out doing okay early box office, yet underperformed because, well, this came right after.
Return for the climactic clash between the forces of good and evil.
Smokey and the Bandit 3 has run out of ideas. Yes, the biggest box office hit of '83 is no shit Star Wars. Back to the glory days of when it was an event to see a new Star Wars, and not, oh, guess this is the streaming TV series of the month. This movie has a special place in my heart. Sure, we all say Empire is the best, which I mean, objectively, yeah. But I'm not gonna lie, Return of the Jedi is the one I watched the most as a kid. And for that, for personal reasons, it is my favorite. So many set pieces I just adored and can't wait till they're on screen. I love the sleaziness of Jabba's palace, the Ewoks being a blatant commercial, yet we're gonna eat our heroes. Luke Skywalker was his most badass, Princess Leia in the gold bikini awakened my sexuality, Harrison Ford on not give a shit mode, the quotable lines, and the emotion-filled final fight that, in my opinion, is still the best lightsaber fight in these flicks. I didn't realize till I was older how divisive the movie is, but even that is a loving reminder of when a Star Wars movie could be divisive and people didn't hate each other over it. Because of Return of the Jedi's release, there was far less movies released in May of '83, as not to compete with it, but hey, we've already got one chained up bikini-clad character, so...
In this prison, rules are meant to be broken.
Might as well release Chained Heat at the end of the month. It might have the same audience, an audience demanding a safer prison system.
There's been far too many deaths in this prison.
Well, stop getting the designers of the Concrete Jungle to design your prison. Seriously, it is from the producer of Concrete Jungle.
The crimes these women committed that got them into this prison are nothing.
Oh, what are the odds? It's like they're both the same damn movie. This one's way different. In it, it's Linda Blair who is sentenced to a hard time, where there's prison prostitution, lesbian rapists, and John Vernon? Is he the same sleazy filmmaker he played in Curtains?
Terrible things happen here. Terrible.
Never mind, he's just Dean Wormer, now working as a warden, fully giving in to being surrounded by debauchery. There's one way into the prison, a very precise and detailed supermodel resume, and there is no way out.
Don't you walk away from me, you chalk-faced whore.
Unless you have cheesy women in prison movie lines and freely go up to the rooftop for a knife fight. See, they have it under control. It was the only way to keep Andy Dufresne from being exonerated. Hey, the movie made $6 million. That is 6 times its budget. The only thing that could make this more entertaining is if it had Pam Grier in it. And before you say Brigitte Nielsen, she's in the sequel. And stay tuned next month because we'll have another Dan Aykroyd movie that's a far bigger hit. In fact, we'll have 2 movies with Dan Aykroyd, both directed by John Landis. One is a comedy classic, the other is known for other things.
Yellowbeard is a shipload of laughs. Tomorrow on HBO.
Welcome back. You know how this works. The quicker there's electricity in the trailer, the sooner you'll figure out it's a zany sci-fi comedy, like the Jekyll and Hyde Together Again of '83.
He's a world-famous brain surgeon.
Oh no, what did Steve do to mess up Jeff Goldblum's progress in Threshold? I'll tell you what he did. Malpractice to get so laid.
Steve Martin's out of control in The Man with Two Brains.
Seriously, between this, Sergeant Pepper, and Little Shop of Horrors, how does Steve Martin still have a medical license? The Man with Two Brains reteams Martin with director Carl Reiner, so picture it like The Jerk meets The Brain That Wouldn't Die, and joysticks? Whoa, slow down, trailer. I'm not sure it's slapsticky enough. With the sexiness of Kathleen Turner in here as his wife, this comedy shows exactly what the War of the Roses would have been like if her husband used science to blow himself out a window. It's a funny flick that already shows that June is starting out better for comedy than Still Smokin'. As I said earlier, 1983 is a better year for film than people give it credit for, considering it's the year that the style we've all come to know from 80s movies has really settled in. But what I will agree with is that 1983 is a terrible year for sequels. Oh yeah, we've already had The Sting 2, and that's just skimming the surface. We haven't even gotten to Smokey and the Bandit 3 yet, but we've referenced it a few times. Thank God though that now we have one of the precious few sequels of the year that works. It's one where you'd think it'd be one of the bad ones. Even to this day, there are many that are shocked that a 23 years later sequel to the Hitchcock classic Psycho was actually good. The movie has to do with Norman Bates being released from a mental institution, returning to the Bates Motel, and trying to put his life back together.
And you'd be welcome to spend the night in one of the empty rooms if you'd like.
Good. Meg Tilly needs a place to crash when on her way to meet up with the Big Chill gang. Author Robert Bloch actually did write a Psycho 2 book that was released in '82, however this one departs from that and becomes its own thing, where the first order of business is to bump off that nosy Detective Sipowicz. What makes it work is totally the performance of Anthony Perkins, as we get an even deeper look at Norman in this film, as he's trying to be normal, but people won't stop messing with him. But seriously, when are we getting a family plot too? We are still right after the release of Return of the Jedi, so like in May, there aren't as many movies released in June of '83 as not to compete with Jedi, but there are still 3 of the year's highest grossing movies this month. And War Games has everything we need in an 80s movie. The Cold War, video games, Matthew Broderick, Ali Sheedy, Eddie Deason, I'm sold.
David Lightman was a master at computer games.
PC snob. Though Ferris hasn't perfected his comebacks yet.
Maybe you could tell us who first suggested the idea of reproduction without sex.
Your wife?
You can't joke about that in '83 because someone would probably make a movie about a student banging the teacher's wife. Ali Sheedy was supposed to stay away from those bad boys. Broderick seemed like the better option, but there they go breaking into shit and potentially starting World War III. This wouldn't have happened if Max Dugan returned. In the 80s, we didn't know who was hacking our systems. Could be Broderick, could be Gary and Wyatt trying to create a real girl again. This was a good year for director John Badham, who in May had Blue Thunder and now has War Games after he took over for director Martin Brest. The movie is just great, one of the most fun Cold War movies of the time, but not the most depressing. We'll get to that later in the year. And the rules state that if your movie has Dabney Coleman giving our hero a hard time, odds are your 80s movie will be a classic. Obviously, it's World War III that caused the video game crash.
Shall we play?
This never happened to those nice, horny joysticks, kids. Another one of the biggest hits of '83 is here too, with John Landis's hilarious Trading Places.
I had the most absurd nightmare. I was poor and no one liked me.
Oh, you should work on YouTube. You won't be poor, but still, no one will like you. A much bigger hit than last month's Dr. Detroit, and back to Aykroyd doing a comedy duo film, this time with Eddie Murphy in his second feature, which followed his '82 hit 48 Hours. This was a time when Eddie was on a freaking roll. Here he's a homeless man, and Aykroyd is a rich investor who switch positions in life, all because these 2 old bastards make a friendly wager with each other. Clearly, the original setup for the murder spree in Silent Night, Deadly Night. The movie completely works. It's funny as hell and has 2 actors known for being phenomenal at playing off their co-stars. And it's a successful Jamie Lee movie that really transitioned her out of slashers. We all know this film where certain parts were paused the same way we paused the pool scene from Fast Times. Some things never change, like how nowadays you have cast and crew in front of a movie thanking audiences for coming to the movie theater instead of streaming. And back then you had Aykroyd promoting theaters in the Dr. Detroit trailer because of the threat of VCRs. But people are still loving going to movie theaters. There's 3 of the year's biggest hits in a row, and it isn't the Superman movie of the month, it's the James Bond movie.
Bond hits an all-time high.
As in the funniest Bond title, at least. It's the Bond film that made us all go, wait, you can actually call your movie that? I must be dreaming. Don't worry, it's literature, people. It comes from Ian Fleming's collection of short stories called Octopussy and the Living Daylights. Oh sure, it has nothing to do with that, and it's pretty much an original story. We just like the title. The movie gives us what we want.
Octopussy has everything. Elegant palaces and beautiful women.
Yeah, there's that, but it's an 80s movie. I'm here for Russian villain Steven Berkoff. That means your 80s movie will be a success. The only other actor like that is Yaron Kraba, and we'll save him for the Living Daylights. Well, this was the time for Maude Adams showing up in Bond movies. 1983 itself was the year for Bond, as it was Bond versus Bond at the box office with Roger Moore in Octopussy. Then 4 months later, there'd be Sean Connery returning to the role in Never Say Never Again. This was the more successful one, as the trailer keeps saying all-time high, because that's the name of the movie's theme. What, you didn't want to name your theme song Octopussy? Like a majority of later Moore films, the movie did well, but was divisive, with criticism of the silly humor. Guess that makes the Moore Bond films the Marvel movies of their time. But hey, I appreciate these. Sometimes you want a Bond movie that's dark, and sometimes you want to see Bond dressed as a clown and travel with a circus. That's enough hits for the year. How about one where it's disputed whether it was even released in '83? And that movie is the horror flick A Night to Dismember. Who cares what it's about? It's one where you'll get sucked in just learning the behind-the-scenes stories. The movie starred porn star Samantha Fox and was the only horror film directed by Doris Wishman, known for her nudie flicks of the 60s. It began filming in '79, but apparently several reels were destroyed, so some of that was made up by re-editing, reshooting, and using stock footage. There are advertisements of it from '83, but the movie itself was said to not even be released until '89, where it was dumped on video. There's even a whole other cut of the film from the movie's cinematographer that was later released online, which had a different lead actress as well as a different plot. And yes, the reviews were terrible. So why am I even talking about it in June of '83? Well, they spent a lot of money to advertise it in Variety, and it's still not the most troubled production of the month.
When it's time for adventure, it's time for Superman.
No, this isn't the troubled production I'm talking about, but we're back to not-so-good sequels. Why give a hard time to Superman 3? This one may have originated the trope of third part in superhero movie jamming in a much campier and comedic tone. The Batman Forever or Thor Ragnarok of its time. Hell, the trailer starts advertising Richard Pryor more so than Superman.
He's the best con man and the world's greatest computer genius.
Obviously, the movie didn't do as well because Matthew Broderick already claimed that title. Seriously, I don't know if the trailer narrator and the footage are on the same page.
For a scheme to turn the ultimate computer into the ultimate weapon.
By doing a Hans Gruber impression? I shouldn't have to ask this, but is Superman even in the film? It looks like I'm watching an alternate universe where Pryor co-starred in Best Defense. Oh, there he is.
Thought you'd never get here.
Well, I hope you don't expect me to save you, because I don't do that anymore.
Crap, it's the Snyderverse Superman. The trailer should show more Superman because Reeve is still the best part of it, and Robert Vaughn being a substitute teacher Lex Luthor stand-in. The best part of it is the sequence where Reeve portrays evil Superman, and that part is worth the price alone. The movie did well, but was a disappointment, in that a Superman 3 should have cracked the year-end top 10, but didn't. Hell, its best friend is Superman 4, in that that movie had reviews so bad it made you forget about the mixed reaction to 3. Speaking of disappointment, there is also The Survivors. We've had the comedy duo of the month, but this one didn't get quite the same love.
These are troubled times. We need leaders.
Why does everything still seem like a Cold War movie? Even the soundtrack is familiar.
Robin Williams is Donald.
I think the world out there is coming undone like a cheap suit.
Did you like Stripes? Well, this trailer has the music from it. Survivors feels like it should be a classic. The movie stars Robin Williams as a man who loses his job and girlfriend, and Walter Matthau dodging explosions from whatever collaboration he and Jack Lemmon just did. It's directed by Michael Ritchie, who can do satire, like his previous film Student Bodies, plus he did The Candidate and Bad News Bears. This movie does too, as it makes comedy out of paranoid survivalists of the time, which may make it an interesting watch now. It's the lighter side of conspiracy theorists. It just didn't land with audiences or reviews, with some of the criticism being the two leads' comedy styles not meshing quite well with each other, but the highlight is seeing Jerry Reed have fun as a hitman chasing them. It will be the best Jerry Reed role of the year. And now we have another sequel that, yes, has bad reviews.
20th Century Fox presents Porky's 2, The Next Day.
But is this a bad sequel, though? The first one didn't have good reviews either, and this does seem like what a sequel to Porky's should be. It wants to remind you of the first so much, it simply starts out showing you scenes of the first. Ike approves, though. Bad reviews or not, the movie has real Americans standing up to the Klan. That is partly what it's about. What is happening here? There's no reason to show us clips of the first because what a hook this has, and it's only a year later! This is what I mean by sexploitation comedies being first cousins of slashers. We had the first, which was not only a low-budget surprise hit, but was one of the top-grossing films of '82, so naturally, like a slasher that does well, a sequel is quickly greenlit and thrown into theaters the following year. Now, the movie didn't do nearly as well as the first, but by still keeping it on a small budget, it made back near 5 times its budget in theaters. Director Bob Clark will have a more beloved film later in the year, but ooh, was this in select theaters? Ooh, that means Porky's 2 is a highbrow, sophisticated indie comedy. And if you're like, you can't put the Klan in a zany comedy, well, try putting comedy in this next one, which does have a scene with the Klan, actually. Yes, Twilight Zone the movie. Still talked about to this day, but like I said, different reasons than Trading Places. Really though, I do dig the hell out of this anthology film. We even talked about it in a Midnight Screenings episode where I totally recommended it. There's great stuff here. The Joe Dante segment and the George Miller segments make the whole thing worth it for the highly energetic style of the Dante one and the great Lithgow performance in Miller's. Spielberg's Kick the Can is the first time seeing Spielberg on total autopilot after mentally checking out of the project. Of course, due to the Landis segment, in which an on-set helicopter accident claimed the lives of 2 child actors and actor Vic Morrow, resulting in a dark cloud that does hang over that part, despite watching it and still saying, God damn, Morrow is great in this. The movie wasn't the hit that it could have been, but wasn't a bomb. It did modest business, and with it being an anthology where some parts work, some don't, reviews were mixed, but it is those brilliant segments that make it work, and with great wraparound scenes too. It is a familiar pattern we're seeing, where you'll have one notable movie from 1983 that has something in common with a not-so-notable '83 movie. As in, Yellowbeard is sort of the Dr. Detroit to the meaning of life's trading places. Which may be a little unfair. Dr. Detroit had slightly better reviews than this, and made a little money, and Yellowbeard was released during a dark time for pirate movies.
Only one name makes cutthroats hoist their sail.
Eric the Viking. Oh right, Graham Chapman is Yellowbeard, looking like Madman Mars in the daylight. You can certainly see the scope of the film, and the ambition is on display. It has great sets, a large ensemble, big-name cast, but was another that had some headaches behind the scenes. It took a while to get financing, so the movie went through a lot of script revisions. Chapman, who co-wrote the film, was shut out of the editing process. Cast members have said that while they weren't fans of the movie, some calling it terrible, many did say they at least had fun on the film. It was also the final movie for Marty Feldman, whose last scene had to be filmed with a double. And it's not that the performances are bad, it's just that
there's a ship behind you.
Not the best material. But some sight gags are so stupid they kind of work. And you've got James Mason and John Cleese there to steal some scenes. But still, it's far too soon after Still Smokin'. Though if you want to compare this to that does make Yellowbeard the better movie when compared to that film. Coming up next, 2 more terrible sequels and a sort of follow-up to Private Lessons. What's the worst that could happen there?
Terry Garr, Martin Mull, and Michael Keaton as Mr. Mom. Next.
We've been giving special mentions of the Conan knockoffs, the Indiana Jones knockoffs, and the Porky's knockoffs, but let's not forget that we are still living in the time of Mad Max and Escape from New York ripoffs, sometimes in the same film.
Since the nuclear holocaust, 20 years have passed.
Why release a trailer when you can release a book on tape? But seriously, seems like a bad weather day here.
But planet Earth has been reduced to a garbage-strewn radioactive desert, inhabited by humans devoid of all hope.
Coincidentally, that happened directly after Paul Kersey moved out of New York at the end of Death Wish. It's about time we've had one of these that we featured on the Snob, which reminds me I should spotlight New Barbarians sometime too. Sergio Martino's 2019 is like the Italian exploitation uncle to Children of Men. Michael Sobkeef has to break into Manhattan to find the last remaining fertile woman, where there's also 8 people at one point. Yes, George Eastman, yes, you can play the Ape King. The movie is glorious, one of my favorites of the genre, from the sets to the action and to the lines.
You're a cyborg, Ratchet.
Luckily, that factors a little more into the plot than the cyborg in Cyborg. It's like watching Escape from New York if it more so had the tone of Escape from LA. Watch it in between. It can bridge the 2 movies. Have I mentioned too that we've gotten a lot of Canadian horror films released around this time as well? And Skullduggery is the movie for every community's church lady to hold up, decry the evils of video games, and smash it on the podium. Really, it was one of the earliest films to capitalize on the satanic panic portion of video game protests. I mean, aside from joysticks, putting us under the devil's influence by making us stick our dicks in the arcade machines. In the film, friends get together for a Dungeons & Dragons-like tabletop game. Only one of them actually is part of a bloodline cursed by the devil, and the deeper into the game, the more he thinks he is a warlock and goes on a killing spree. And that's why my son will only play those nice games like Bubsy. Next, we do have one of the worst of 1983, and not in a fun way, in kind of a sad way.
Ever since folks could remember, Stroker Ace hated only one thing.
And that one thing was probably the movie Stroker Ace. If you're a ride or die Burt fan like me, Stroker Ace is bad more so in what it did to his career. This was a time when Burt was guaranteed box office gold, especially a Burt Reynolds car picture. But not only was Stroker Ace, a film about a driver at war with a fried chicken mogul, a box office disappointment, but it represents a sad turn in Burt's career where it was very hard for him to win back the audience, despite still having some modest hits here and there. He also had to turn down the role of Garrett Breedlove in terms of endearment for this, since he owed it to director Hal Needham. Who knows what his career would have looked like if he did that film instead, but you could look at it positively, like, well, if he hadn't have chose this, we might not have gotten one of his best performances in Boogie Nights, or Jack's scene-stealing Oscar-winning performance in terms of endearment. Perhaps someone else is having a better month, and it ain't Stroker Ace, but maybe Stony Cooper.
Everybody wants a piece of Stony Cooper.
One of those people had better not be a fried chicken mogul. Stoney's still having a tough time of things, where everyone seems to hate him.
You just can't walk in here and take over again. You can't do that.
Who wants to play soccer? I am all about this tough cop movie Deadly Force, though. Like Dirty Harry if Scorpio severely upgraded his weaponry. I dig this one because Wings Hauser is one of the most awesome, underrated actors of the 80s. Known for the fantastic villain Ramrod in 82's Vice Squad, here he's a former cop chasing a serial killer, and he's partnered with awesome exploitation trailer guy.
You don't call him in. You turn him loose.
Look, either the killer is gonna get to you, or Stoney Cooper will also shoot you in the face. This was a time when if there's a movie killer, we just automatically used a Michael Ironside template. Seriously, these trailer lines are great, like you'd use them in a parody of this kind of trailer.
Because when he goes out for vengeance, he goes all the way.
He bangs everyone he wants revenge against, including his ex-wife? Vice Squad showed us how great Hauser is as a villain, and this one shows that he's a great hero cop lead too. Look, he shoots the title right out of the trunk that somehow also explodes. Now you would think that Puberty Blues would be the film of the month about students shacking up with an older woman, but surprisingly, it's not. Oh, it's still advertised that way.
On Cronulla Beach, there are two great natural resources.
Yes, a water fountain and the change machine for the lockers. You wouldn't know from that setup, but this is a 1981 Australian film, which got its US release in '83, and is a coming-of-age story about two teen girls and their summer on the beach with a group of idiot surfer boys. The film, based on a very popular book of the same name, depicts these scenarios in a much more relatable and realistic way than, again, how the trailer advertises, where it says things like, "They gotta pass the test in the classroom and at home, plus..."
And most important of all, at the movies, in the back of the van.
If this van's a rockin', the trailer guy is just talking about some sexy shenanigans again. It also had a popular theme song, too, by New Zealand singer Sharon O'Neill. Uh-oh, did I say popular theme song?
This is Tony Manero.
Way to spoil the ending in the trailer! Yes, another 1983 sequel, and another not so good one. But still, this is one of those sequels of the year where I'm not saying don't watch it, because it ain't boring. Saturday Night Fever is one of my favorite films of all time, for its honesty, its grittiness, and for unapologetically showing the ugly side of the nightlife scene, where someone could be a god on the dance floor, but be a truly flawed-ass person, too, albeit three-dimensionally flawed because it's a brilliantly written film. In Staying Alive, written and directed by Sylvester Stallone, it's like Travolta's Tony Manero learned 0 lessons from the first, and wants to be a Broadway dancer suddenly. And he's more of a dick here than before, but at least the first movie was aware of his faults. I mean, this movie is a very paint-by-numbers Hollywood road to success story, but is so batshit about it, like the insane play that he's in, and the over-the-top dialogue, that it's still worth it. But it's like saying that Showgirls is a sequel to Fame. On the plus side, the dancing is great, the soundtrack is memorable, from the fun songs by Frank Stallone to some underrated Bee Gees tunes as well. Because the reviews were bad, some falsely think the movie was a bomb, and it wasn't. It was still one of the 10 highest grossing movies of the year, which is sad that it did way better than Blowout, one of the best 80s Travolta movies. I would love a third film that's Tony 40 years later and more of the tone of the first, but I am grateful for this sequel, because watch it back to back with Fever and prepare to be confused. Whoa, stop the presses, we have breaking news!
The manifestation is neurological in origin.
The doctors claim to have the situation in hand.
Yes, scientists have invented Woody Allen! This is Zelig, a mockumentary from Woody, that was the first of his 80s movies that I really did dig. Since Midsummer Night's sex comedy and Stardust Memories, aren't among my favorites of his. This very original film is done in the style of early 20th century newsreels and is about Leonard Zelig, who has the ability to transform into the looks and personalities of those he's next to, like a human chameleon. The movie speaks heavily about a person's desire to be so well liked that they may adapt a personality that isn't even theirs, or start saying they like the same things as the other person even if they don't. It's a funny film about human interactions that's well worth a look if you're looking for one of Woody's more experimental films. And now we have the younger student, older woman movie, but not the one loosely connected to Private Lessons. Don't worry, private school is just right around the corner. But for now, it's Class, starring Rob Lowe and Andrew McCarthy, like a zany 80s shenanigansy version of The Graduate, or a prep school Animal House.
You are the first student in the history of Vernon Academy ever to be banned.
What? Vernon? Did Dean Vernon open his own school now? However, of this particular genre of student and older woman, in this case McCarthy hooking up with Lowe's mom, played by Jacqueline Bisset, this is one of the better ones. And it's not a great film by any means, but it does have some slightly more serious scenes than Private Lessons or My Tutor, and the stars, Lowe and McCarthy, really do elevate it quite a bit. It's like a middle ground movie between how bad Private Lessons was and how great 83's Risky Business is. Like, you know, it's a serviceable film you could stumble across on cable, which is how I saw it when I was young. But moving right along, we're done with the Shenanigans movie and now are back to the bad sequels.
Nature's most terrifying creature takes on an all-new dimension.
Jaws 3D sucks. Originally conceived as a parody film titled Jaws 3 People Zero before the studio declined that, so instead the movie is one of the more well-known of the 80s 3D era films, where it sets out to recreate a 3D theme park attraction basically. In this case, a shark terrorizes SeaWorld, where the Brody boys happen to work. They probably should have gone the comedy route, since the movie is unintentionally funny with the silly 3D effects. But a great scene-stealing smug villain role from Simon McCorkindale, although one of my favorite pieces of trivia about it is Roy Scheider doing Blue Thunder to make damn sure he was unavailable for Jaws 3D, and that Dennis Quaid is high as shit in every scene. But like with Staying Alive, where the negative reviews make people think it was a bomb, it wasn't. It did okay, guaranteeing that we got the way worse fourth film that made Jaws 3D look great. Now we can get back to one of the year's biggest hits and one of my favorite comfort movies ever.
Meet Dad. He's a real man.
Sweet, Stoney Cooper's a stay-at-home dad now. Mr. Mom is Michael Keaton's first starring role after his breakthrough success in Night Shift, and this movie is so funny, so quotable, so goddamn feel-good that it's one I could put on absolutely anytime and it'll make me happy. Yeah, it's sitcom-y, but the kind of sitcom that makes a day off at home feel great. It's a role reversal film where Keaton is laid off and has to take care of the house and kids, while his wife, Terry Garr, gets a high-paying job. And yeah, sure, it'd be hard to make the exact same movie now, but so? The movie's not a reflection of 2023, it's about 1983. If anything, that can be a positive too, because it shows how far we've come. While still being a movie filled with such talented actors with great comedic timing that, yes, does elevate the predictable jokes and makes the movie sincere.
Michael Keaton.
Where's Bobby keep the extra diapers?
I joke, but as a soon-to-be stay-at-home dad, you can call this movie dated all you want, but I am still going to relate to that, and watching soap operas too. But you know we gotta get to the year's obligatory sci-fi film produced by Roger Corman. And damn it, I told you, it's not The Deadly Spawn. No, it's Space Raiders. And from that font, you can tell, okay, it ain't gonna be graphic like Galaxy of Terror or Forbidden World. This one is more Battle Beyond the Stars Corman, capitalizing on Star Wars again, and in true Corman fashion, uses some stock footage, in this case from Battle Beyond the Stars. This one gets a little weird though.
Such an appealing little boy.
A sci-fi take on sex offenders in the movie industry? Some of this is like if Yellow Bastard from Sin City had a spaceship. But with David Mendenhall there, I just think the universe will be saved by a badass arm wrestling competition. You know what this movie needs though? 3D.
And now for you, boy.
Okay, maybe not in 3D. Someone lock up these pederast aliens! If only Corman waited a little bit, he could have sold this as a Last Starfighter knockoff. And believe me, we're not done with the sci-fi fantasy yet.
On a distant planet, a great kingdom was ravaged.
Krull, bro. Yes, a bit of Excalibur in there, and a dash of Star Wars, samurai, and swashbuckler films where the planet Krull is invaded by aliens who kidnaps the bride of the prince, and he's gonna get his ragtag team of misfits to get her back. Yes, it didn't have the best reviews and was a bomb, but look at this, just look at this craziness. Of course it's a giant cult film. I'm sure due to the world building.
What is about to happen to them could never have happened on Earth.
Oh, Roger Corman called and said challenge accepted. While a lot of the criticisms are that it's derivative, it does still get referenced a lot today, even if in '83 it won the Stinkers Bad Movie Award for Worst Picture. What? It's not even the worst film of the month. As for one of the best of the month, ooh, I can still feel my heart pumping because it's being protected by the mighty shield of my vacation VHS. It's still sort of a fantasy epic, at least the poster is drawn that way. Between this and Mr. Mom, it was a great month for comfort movies I grew up with that are written by John Hughes. And it was just what several people involved needed. It was a critical hit for Chevy Chase, and a return to being both a critical and commercial hit for National Lampoon after the disappointments of Class Reunion and Movie Madness. It is such a funny film with set pieces that are episodic in nature, but still has a good flow to them and lends itself to its road trip plotline that makes it relatable, especially in seeing this arc between this happy-go-lucky, optimistic dad who turns more and more unhinged as the film goes on. Goddamn, Chevy Chase is great in it. Watching Chevy go crazy as Clark Griswold is just gold. And this is a movie that isn't afraid to go dark with a wildly morbid dog joke that miraculously pulls it off. Now we get to the second film of the month that is actually a well-received foreign film that sounds like a zany sexploitation film, and it's Pauline at the Beach. I mean, look at the poster. Looks like it could be a prototype for Spring Break if they had some fellas planting a flag on her. What the movie really is a French comedy directed by Eric Romer, and is the third part in his series called Comedies and Proverbs. This time about a summer vacation, not involving pea sandwiches, where a teenager goes to Normandy with her adult cousin who's going through a divorce. But where's the sexy private school tomfoolery?
What they're teaching in private school isn't private anymore.
Thank you, and it hasn't been private this entire decade. Here's Private School, the sort of follow-up to Private Lessons, in the same way Loose Screws is a sequel to Screwballs, as in, not really. It was made due to the success of Private Lessons. It has the same writers, same producers, practically the same poster, and still had Sylvia Christel, but as a different character. The plot is different too, which makes it a better film. This one is more losing it with scenes of bosom buddies like drag comedy and wackiness.
Has the odds stacked against it. 9-1 against an even copping a look.
How did anyone get any studying done back then? Hell, they had to force a word problem into the trailer. It is funny how the trailer is pumping up the side character Bubba, while the leads are Phoebe Cates and an early lead role for Matthew Modine. With this imagery, I would have correctly guessed Rock This Town by the Stray Cats was playing, even with the sound off. And coming up next in August, bad sequels, horniness, and fantasy. No shit. Well, Well, since Return of the Jedi's been out for a bit, I suppose we can release more movies this month. We've got more Italian post-apocalyptic, 3D movies, bad sequels, and fantasy films, but we need our Looney Tunes compilation of the year.
Daffy Duck's got his own movie, his own island, and Speedy Gonzales is his well-known sidekick.
Clearly a Love Boat parody. I mean Fantasy Island, with the inspired casting of Daffy and Speedy as Mr. Rourke and tattoo parodies. Timeless. That said, Daffy as Mr. Rourke, better casting than the horror movie version. It was the first of the Daffy compilation films, and I joke, but because of its Fantasy Island gimmick, that did make me watch it quite a bit when I was younger. Hell, the one I watched the most was the other Daffy film, Quackbusters. Still, they are very much missing out on doing a Looney Tunes compilation that ties into the other classic from '83, Manimal. To think it's the next one that starts out even loonier than the Looney Tunes.
You guys are gonna kill me. 15 years in this place and I still can't get a crew to do it right.
No need to continue the video any further. This will do as a title card. Get Crazy is a big rock and roll musical New Year's party movie, and just because we're getting more movies doesn't mean that this trailer and every other trailer this month has forgotten about Star Wars.
Now you can get everything you ever wanted in a movie. In one movie.
Weird way to sell terms of endearment. From Alan Arkish, I don't know what's happening, but I know Get is in the title.
Get low. Get flipped. Get hugged.
The movie features Malcolm McDowell in what could be the more batshit ensemble McDowell film of the year, this or Britannia Hospital, with the crux of it revolving around promoters, a New Year's Eve concert, and plans to sabotage it. This is one I've considered for a New Year's Cinema Snob episode for a long time, but never have. The film didn't do well initially, but has gained a big cult following over the years, especially when paired with Arkish's Rock and Roll High School. Though Arkish wanted it to be a more personal film, with the studio wanting more slapstick like Airplane, which they mention in the trailer.
What Animal House did to college, and Airplane did to flying, Get Crazy does to rock and roll.
Ooh, Bluto's gonna eat a whole snare drum. And don't forget about the space shit. We'll get a little of that back in here before the title. Let's get to the horny teenager movie of the month, but hold your horses. It is easily one of the year's best films.
So your folks are going out of town.
Wow, Rebecca De Mornay looks just like Curtis Armstrong. Written and directed by Paul Brickman, it's a story of high school senior Joel, who gets the place to himself, falls for Rebecca De Mornay as a call girl, and gets into a ton of sexual escapades. While a typical movie like this would emphasize just the shenanigans, this one is more like The Graduate of this era of teen comedies. Sorry, class! Elevating it to a trendsetter and pop culture phenomenon. Just by the sunglasses alone and the Tangerine Dream score that I still hear being used in things. The movie knows when to be funny, be sleazy, be slapsticky, be dark, and provocative. Hell, looking at it now, it's like watching a movie about a teen having his sexual awakening and over the course of the movie turns into not adult Joel, but Tom Cruise himself. It's like a creation film. It truly was a big breakout role for Cruise, more so than losing it, certainly. But here we have a movie from Michael Douglas, already a big star, but with a movie that I don't see many people talk about anymore.
They are the most powerful members of our community.
Oh shit, roaming gangs of remote-controlled drivers making pedestrians trip all over the place. Honestly, you should check this one out. It's called The Star Chamber and is directed by Peter Hyams, sort of a legal thriller version of Magnum Force, which is funny because Hal Holbrook is in both films. This one being about a group of judges who target criminals who have escaped the justice system, and then Michael Douglas is like, I don't know, vigilantism may be bad. I'm sure they come to a compromise and just make the judges themselves the executioners. It didn't do well, but it's Peter Hyams, so you're gonna get a good explosion, and it's a vigilante film of the year that has a plot unique enough to stand out. While Get Crazy may have the spaceship to remind you of Star Wars, Twice Upon a Time is from producer George Lucas himself, his first animated feature as a producer. And it's a family film, depending on which version you watch, since the voice work was from a lot of improv comedians, just going off the cuff. There's versions that have different plot points, and another that has a lot of profanity in it. I'm just gonna show a freeze frame and tell people I'm watching one of the Python movies. It's gained a cult following over time, especially when it was in the bootleg circuit back when the profanity version was hard to find. But now you can find that and the family version from director John Cordy on a Warner Archive DVD. Another category that we haven't spotlighted in 1983 is that it's a damn good year for Stephen King adaptations, as you can tell by one of the posters I've got hung up, but it ain't time for the boy to get a car yet. We'll get him a dog first and see how that works out.
Nothing that lives in the imagination is more frightening
than McDonald's salad shakers.
Than the terror that lives in Castle Rock, Maine.
Okay, well, you moved to Stephen King land, and you're lucky a rabid dog is the only thing chasing you. The trailer is artsy. Could be about a dog, could be some sweet David Lynch-style symbolism. Directed by Louis Teague, I love this scary-ass movie. And also, it was Lloyd's favorite horror film. This one really respects its characters, where the whole first half not only sets up the destruction of this family, but also gives the dog an arc too, who starts out as a normal Saint Bernard, then slowly turns into a rabid hell beast. The editing and cinematography is phenomenal. Once the horror of the situation sets in, a mom and her son trapped in a hot car, it does not let go. It got negative reviews at the time, but sorry, to me, this is a horror classic. And if you're saying bring on more bad sequels, well, you're in luck, because this month has a lot.
Then get the world's greatest detective to find him.
And how do you find the world's greatest detective?
By not making a terrible movie, for one. Made concurrently with the clip show Trail of the Pink Panther, which also wasn't a hit, but they were still stuck with releasing this bomb, Curse of the Pink Panther, featuring a new character played by Ted Wass.
Is that slay as in kill?
Continuing without Peter Sellers was a mistake. In it, Slay is investigating the disappearance of Clouseau, who does have a cameo where he's played by Roger Moore. It was also the final film role for David Niven. And what a bizarre career Blake Edwards had around this time. From classics like 10 and Victor Victoria, to underrated stuff like Skin Deep and S.O.B., and then Curse of the Pink Panther? Okay.
This is my big chance.
Don't blow it.
Will Roberto Benigni prove to be more successful in 1993's Son of the Pink Panther? Ha! No! While Jaws 3D was of course not a critical hit, financially it did okay, because it's got name recognition. The 3D Invisible Man comedy The Man Who Wasn't There, however?
Now, the first 3D action comedy is here.
And it would be the last 3D action comedy of the 80s, despite it clearly having everything.
It has floating balls and obscene calls.
Excellent. The comedy crossover between Phantasm and When a Stranger Calls. I can see why they wanted to get it made. It was from Frank Mancuso Jr., the producer of the highly successful Friday the 13th 3D, and starring Steve Guttenberg. Can't get much more 80s 3D than Guttenberg 3D, and a villainous Jeffrey Tambor on top of that.
And communists.
All power to the people!
I knew it. George Bluth Sr. was a traitor to this country! One of the more forgotten 3D movies of the era. Hell, the trailer is just the narrator mentioning the things that fly towards the camera. But it's almost worth it to see one of the most awkward makeout scenes of the decade. I'm guessing this isn't the Coen Brothers movie, and what an unfortunate trailer line this is.
Like the man who wasn't there. Disappearing soon at a theater.
Yes, disappearing so soon, part of that sentence was even cut off. Is the next one the worst sequel of the month and of the year? Probably not, but it's the worst one that I saw.
This sound can mean only one thing.
Well, it's 1983, so it could mean two. It could mean Christine or terrible Smokey and the Bandit sequel. Oh, this ain't gonna help things after Stroker Ace, and Bert only has a cameo in this film. I wonder if he and Roger Moore ever had drinks discussing who had the more unfortunate cameo of the month. But what a story this has behind it. One of the most fascinating and debated backstories of the year. The movie was originally something different and was called Smokey is the Bandit, in which it was rumored that Jackie Gleason was both Buford T. Justice and the Bandit, leading to a very confused test audience. But an unearthed teaser suggests that it was Buford T. Justice taking on a driving challenge from the Enos brothers and becoming the Bandit that way. There's also a still of him dressed like the Bandit. A lot of it was reshot with Jerry Reed taking on the Bandit's role, coming so late into production, he wasn't even mentioned in early promotion when it was being filmed. You could make a documentary about this, but as for sitting down and watching it, it's like why? Why even attempt this without Bert? Curse of the Pink Panther has an excuse because Sellers died, but this, it's just weird that it exists, and is clearly trying to fool the audience by saying, "The Bandit is back!" and barely showing Jerry Reed. The good old boy era comedies were profitable for a bit, but I'm pretty sure this signals the end of that particular late 70s, early 80s genre. I surprisingly haven't seen this next film, which from what I understand, may be the worst film from the 80s that I haven't seen.
Remember the original Bogeyman? Well, he's back, more terrifying than ever.
He's back, alright, as in a significant amount of reused footage from the first film. 1980's The Boogeyman was a surprise success, so of course Paramount wanted Uli Lommel to do a bigger budgeted sequel, but he was like, "No man, I'll do it independent style, about a haunted piece of mirror glass." And probably not a shock, it was filmed 2 years before it was released. Oh, and it has to do with Hollywood phonies wanting to do a movie version of the first one. Ooh, edgy, punk rock Boogeyman. It still looks better made than the direct-to-video Uli movies I saw, but it really makes me want to do an episode on the first, just so I can get to this one. However, the next one I just want to see just to see it. What's a month in 1983 without an Italian post-apocalyptic film? Trashed by critics for being derivative of The Road Warrior. Oh really, you don't say? Is this the only one that did that? I'm shocked. Though this has an added bonus of awkward dialogue, where the writers didn't speak much English, but wouldn't let the actors change their lines to sound more authentic. Lines? You need lines? There's not a dune buggy in sight that we're not wrecking the shit out of. You speak explosion, don't you? Good, because these performances are fire. See you in hell at the movie theater. It's still weird that George Eastman is nowhere in sight. I also feel like I need to do more 80s sex comedies, especially since they've clearly taken the lead from the good old boy comedies.
Voyeur, a person who habitually seeks sexual stimulation.
Is that how your lawyer is describing your actions to the judge? This is getting it on, and ooh, does this have a plot line where I've got to spotlight this in full. I haven't been this excited seeing a trailer since Private Lessons, and I don't mean excited in a sexual way. You think I want to go to prison? It's an inspiring film about the young businessman in us all.
What kind of a normal, God-fearing young man would derive pleasure from passing around pictures of his genitals to a girl's typing class?
Some things never change. Back then, we had to send dick pics in person. Remember the hidden camera scene in Revenge of the Nerds and American Pie? Imagine that as a whole movie. In it, a group of teens set up a business, secretly recording all the high school girls. Which, oh yeah, sure, I guess that's one way to do a sting operation to catch every sexual predator in town. Naturally, the girls and the stuffy old principal have a problem with this. I didn't think we'd be getting risky business-ploitation this fast. Joel was a far, far, far more respectable businessman and had greater stunt work, too. Let's get some sci-fi in here now with a movie that looks like what some geeky voyeurs would watch on their downtime.
Find themselves prisoners of the lost universe.
Alright, come with us. The only thing that survived in this alternate universe is video cameras to make hidden shower footage. And of course, this is what happens when you put John Saxon in charge of Krull. I'm sensing this is a B movie.
And terrified by strange beings and nightmare creatures, they spectacularly fight.
I'm actually okay with this. Really, it feels like an 80s made throwback to something I would have spotlighted in the early 60s. Granted, with some 80s humor. Can't let it slip by without a nut shot. This is way less Italian exploitation and more like it'd be one of the B-movie Jules Verne adaptations in the drive-in era or a 60s Roger Corman flick. There is something amazing about all the makeup and creatures they made, but our hero Richard Hatch throws some jeans and a flannel on the man, looking like he belongs in a movie called Shop Class Teachers of the Year 3000. Makes sense that it's from the makers of 1980's Hawk the Slayer. It is a month of making some easy money, as in that's what the next film is called. But is it really easier than just setting up some cameras in the showers? Who cares? It's a Rodney Dangerfield movie, so sign me up!
He loves his family, with a few exceptions.
He is not a fan of that nasty Mrs. Deagle. Easy Money was Rodney's first starring vehicle after his breakout role in Caddyshack, plus was Joe Pesci's first big role in a comedy. It's got a classic, almost Three Stooges-like setup to it, where Rodney has to give up his disgusting and lowbrow habits in order to inherit his mother-in-law's fortune. Plus his daughter's getting married. Ugh, things are stressful all over the place. And is Taylor Negron going evil again like Milo in The Last Boy Scout? There were Rodney movies I watched more than this, like Back to School. But this one is very close to being like a full movie version of his brilliant stand-up. And wait, Frank Vincent? Well, they're just tempting Joe Pesci to go gangster movie madman now. It's familiar material, but one that shows that formulas exist for a reason when you got the right ingredients, and Rodney makes this movie work and is a joy to watch whenever he's on screen. But we've met Stoney Cooper, and now it's time to meet Gregorio Cortez.
Gregorio Cortez, a simple man.
You calling me stupid, hombre? This one's a real underrated flick where you don't piss off Edward James Olmos. Ooh, he's picking up where Walken's death scene in Heaven's Gate left off. Olmos is a farmer, an innocent man on the run from every lawman in the country. It's a gritty film, shot and edited with a lot more fly-on-the-wall realism than, say, something like Eddie Macon's Run. And it clearly crosses the language barrier.
All for one word, spoken in a language America did not understand.
It was a matter of misunderstanding.
Have you seen any American sitcom? We're well aware of misunderstandings. Directed by Robert Young, the movie almost has a Sam Peckinpah-like Western feel to it, which makes it look more Peckinpah than the actual Peckinpah movie that'll come out later this year. This was a gigantic critical hit, so give it a watch, as it's easily one of the best Westerns of the year. And don't worry, this next one will have plenty of landscapes too, though not as good of reviews. I love that I see a title like The Golden Seal, and I'm like, oh, is it a political thriller or something? And no, it's literally about a seal in another boy and his pet story.
It began one stormy night.
Ooh, this better not be cliched. I guess it's like the Andre of its time, though I don't know if there's a part where they put a hat and sunglasses on him. This is what happens when you still want to ride that E.T. success, but we got no aliens, so a seal will work. It could definitely be worse, though, in that regard. What? Steve Railsback? I guess this is a better Railsback film than Nuki. Though Railsback looks like he's having none of this.
What'd you find? A golden seal.
I'm not in the mood for one of your stories.
I've had it up to here with your seal puns. It's gonna be a cold day in hell before I rent Sealed with a Kiss. As to what I said earlier about it being a political thriller,
$23,000 in that crazy Russian's trust.
we could still get in some Cold War mentions here. Is this still about a seal? Now it's a disaster film, and I think they're stumbling upon the Hills Have Eyes mountain men. Just let the boy swim with his seal. You're lucky it ain't a 3D shark film. Speaking of, it seems this is a year where makers of successful 3D movies unsuccessfully go back into that well. We had Treasure of the Four Crowns from the makers of Comin' At Ya, The Man Who Wasn't There from the producer of Friday the 13th 3D, and now we have Charles Band, the director of Parasite, with Metal Storm.
The fate of our Earth will lie in the hands of one man.
The statue from the beginning of The Exorcist? As you can see, it's a 3D fantasy flick, but also kind of a hybrid with a Mad Max knockoff too, with familiar looking vehicles and a lot of desert. But they're running out of names!
Urok, the Cyclopean warlord of the One Eyes.
Oh, the One Eyes? Is he fighting dicks? All of this to fight the evil Jared Sin, who will break the lens of every camera on the planet. The movie does give you your 3D money's worth, and adds some lasting power, in that Richard Mall shaved his head for this, and Night Court producers liked that so much, they wanted him to keep it for his signature Bull Shannon look. Oh, and the full title is Metal Storm, The Destruction of Jared Sin in 3D. Oh yeah, Jared Sin, that household name. I love a fantasy epic with the word Jared in the title. Of course, even back then, not everyone liked 3D, so here's your 2D fantasy option.
There must be some place in this world where we can live in peace with our people.
He is from a future world.
Would he be from any other type of world in a movie like this? It's the Reb Brown classic, You're the Hunter from the Future. Sure, you could describe every one of these movies like this.
He and the woman he loves must fight hostile tribes.
But it's Reb Brown doing it! That makes it stand out! An Italian, French, and Turkish co-production. That way you could call it an Italian knockoff, and also Turkish Beastmaster if you want. Directed by Antonio Margheriti of stuff like Cannibal Apocalypse, this was a gigantic hit for him. I mean, just look at the trailer. You want something like Conan? You got it. And some Star Wars imagery too? Throw that in the film! Boy, this seems like a lot.
His enemy uses the weapons of tomorrow to enslave a primitive planet.
He will battle all the evil warlords using stock footage for world domination. Why is it that this looks like the better He-Man movie of the 80s? Because it is! Though now I'm used to spotlighting what is a fantasy film.
Somewhere behind granite battlements.
And what's gonna turn out to be a comedy.
Something evil is brewing.
I also don't think it's gonna be a horror film either, but I am wondering if he's gonna turn into a dog. What you may not be expecting is that this is the William Shakespeare adaptation of the year. What, you can't tell this is inspired by Hamlet? Not even after this?
Space-age super lasers that can incinerate an entire metropolis.
Hamlet was famous for incorporating the first Star Wars references. Clearly this brewery is up to no good, which is why we need real heroes. Yes, it's the classic Strange Brew, starring Rick Moranis and Dave Thomas. Back when sketch comedy movies to the big screen could be pretty great. Here based on Bob and Doug McKenzie of SCTV, as well as their hit album The Great White North. You got a lot of awesomeness in this, from the truly endearing performances of the leads, plus Max von Sydow unsurprisingly playing it straight. And it's a film for the drunk romantic in us all.
If I didn't have puke breath, I'd kiss you.
If only I had said that to my wife. If our first date was seeing Screwballs at the drive-in. Truly, it picks up where Cujo leaves off.
The biggest, the grandest.
Why would I feel like that would happen if there was a 90s Cujo miniseries? Maybe it's that I vastly prefer beer over pot that made me like this better than still smoking, but also this is a way better movie. Not as successful was the drama film Daniel because he's no Mackenzie.
They believed. They had the faith.
I'm guessing their story doesn't end well. And how Daniel is a Sidney Lumet film, certainly riding off of his success from The Verdict in '82 and Death Trap in '81, and stars Timothy Hutton giving another very dramatic performance. What this film is a fictitious retelling of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, who were executed in '53 for giving secrets to the Soviets. Here the characters are renamed, and the lead is their son Daniel, another fictitious character. Though all of that comes from the book titled The Book of Daniel, which received far more acclaim than the movie did. But are you tired of fantasy films yet? Well, this one's animated.
From a time when the world was new.
I'm the Dragon Hawk!
Excellent. Yor versus Jared Sin in the year 3D1000. I'm kidding. Of course this is a gorgeous film. It's a Ralph Bakshi movie. Fire and Ice has the adventure you expect, plus barbarians, mutants, monsters, evil kings and queens, very ambitious animation and cool action, but most importantly, a hot as shit princess. Well, The Chief just came. Not exactly a box office hit, but certainly rediscovered late on cable TV and video. It's a cult hit where there's been news about a possible live-action remake for what feels like a couple decades now. Once upon a time, I may have said, cool, but now it's like, no live-action remake. Okay, so you may be really tired of fantasy movies now, but this one's back to being live action, and Lou Ferrigno throws a bear into space!
From the depths of space, in the Super Adventure Odyssey.
And I'm certain he's playing space pinball. Yes, Luigi Cozzi's Hercules. It may not be the best fantasy film of the year, but is one of the most entertaining. It's got some Italian flair all over the place. Robot bugs, Lou Ferrigno with a dubbed voice. Honestly, pretty cool looking effects sometimes. And when they are cheap looking, they are memorably cheap looking. You can watch this and go back and forth saying, wow, that's a cool looking set. I can see a little budget here. Then it may be like, well, I don't know about this. But I take that back, this looks kind of neat. And then this happens. Can you think of a better way Ursa Major was created? And also, here's the biggest no shit moment since Man Who Wasn't There said disappearing soon.
A Golan Globus production from the Cannon Group.
Yeah, no shit. Well, what do we have next? It better be sleazy.
They're just fun-loving American kids, but they're willing to take a stand.
From now on, every vending machine will be stocked with full cans of beer and binoculars for the panty raids. Would you believe this is actually a vigilante rape revenge film?
Are you implying that things like rape and murder are no longer immoral?
What the hell kind of professors does this college have? It's like a college movie crossed with vigilante. It doesn't have Fred Williamson, but there is Richard Roundtree. In it, the brother of a girl who was raped and murdered joins a vigilante group to patrol the streets.
Who the hell you guys think you are? That's our job.
Well, people keep snatching girls out of nowhere. Sometimes the movie was called The Graduates of Malibu High, as sort of a sequel to 1979's Malibu High. Okay, now I want to know who the hell made this.
The Young Warriors from the Cannon Group.
Oh, okay, double no shit. Stay tuned because coming up next month, it's yes, another fantasy film, and yes, another canon film.
About growing up, The Big Chill. Wednesday on HBO.
We're back, and please not another fantasy film. Please another Italian apocalypse knockoff. I beg of you.
The authorities declare the Bronx a high-risk zone.
Yes, thank you, Lord. And bonus points that it's an MST3K movie and from the director of New Barbarians. They're cleaning up the wasteland of the Bronx by creating an even bigger mess. You're not helping things. This is why the hero is literally named trash. Yes, the late great Mark Gregory stars in Escape from the Bronx, where you'll be mowed down with bullets while in the wide shot the city looks perfectly normal. The film is a sequel to 1990 The Bronx Warriors, which was more of a rip-off of The Warriors, but this one, not only an Escape from New York rip-off, but this trailer is 3 minutes of exploding people with bullets left and right. It's like they're competing with 2019 after the fall of New York for the body count. It even has the cyborg in it. Sometimes called Bronx Warriors 2, but a lot of people know it as Escape 2000 because of the MST3K episode. What's funny is it isn't the only movie released this month with the alternate title of Escape 2000. Things will turn out fine here. Bullets are scared to go near trash, and helicopters don't stand a chance against his bullets. I'd like to see another trailer top the action of this one. You've got your work cut out for you, Big Chill. Hell, I thought we'd have something more wholesome with the next one being called Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence, but...
Exactly what kind of trial are you giving me?
Oops, sorry, David Bowie asked Santa for a wartime punch to the face. Of the 83 David Bowie movies, The Hunger was certainly the one I saw more, but Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence is the one with the far better reviews, and does show that, damn, David Bowie really was a hell of an actor. The film is set at a Japanese POW camp, where a translator, played by Tom Conti, is attempting to find some common ground between the British soldiers and their captors in order to curb any violence. It was also one of the favorite movies of Akira Kurosawa and Christopher Nolan, no stranger to also casting Bowie. Now we can get to, mausoleum or mortuary? Oh, mortuary, okay, fine, that one.
It's something everybody needs. Why don't you decide now?
Hi, Christy.
You're stewed, buttwad. Still not convinced I didn't already talk about this. Maybe it's just that it has a familiar title and poster. I feel like I would remember the Christopher George as Tall Man movie. It did have a release in Tucson in '82, but again...
I hate being an embalmer. Nobody wants to date me. They all think I'm weird.
I feel like I would also remember the Bill Paxton as Norman Bates movie. It's an evil father-son mortuary team where a girl is investigating her dad's death and is helped by her meathead boyfriend. And for some reason, Pazuzu is trying to stop them? All joking aside, I really do want to see this. Okay, I'm going to remember that. Oh sure, the reviews may have been bad, but you can't have a crazy slasher Bill Paxton in a movie with primetime melodrama slaps and lines like this.
Get out of here before I embalm you.
Without later saying, I'm glad I rented this, along with my endless sack of post-apocalyptic movies.
This is tomorrow.
Really? Because if these movies are any indication, the bomb dropped a long time ago. This is Stryker, where why do they keep bringing swords to gunfights? The Road Warrior may have been fighting over gas, but in Stryker, it's over water. It's a lower budgeted movie, and gas prices are high. Best seek out water and try to look cool, I guess.
They call him Stryker.
Quit lying, Scott Sandor. You're Toby Keith. The radiation will make the ground hot and the ladies even hotter. For the last time, we have plenty of gas. Where's the water?
The last clear spring on Earth.
Where did you get the water?
It's so he can pee in it. Directed by Cirio Santiago, frequent New World Pictures director, where most of his movies have a poster like this. And I'm pretty sure all of his movies could say filmed in the Philippines. Again, what do you mean the filmmakers saw The Road Warrior?
Stryker knows a truckload is worth dying for.
Why? It's all full of rust by now anyway. The movie is so badass, the trailer guy is trying out his one-liners.
Their odds are 1,000,000 to 1. Stryker's the one. Stryker.
Ooh, a line so cool it's worthy of Stony Cooper and Dolomite. I'd better save my jokes, though. We got another future movie.
More and more of us are being sent to the camps.
Well, at least this future appears to have some laws. Yes, this is the other Escape 2000 of the month, but with the more common title, Turkey Shoot. And it's the better Steve Railsback movie of the year. It's an Australian sci-fi action film directed by the great Brian Trenchard Smith, which is basically an ultra-violent hybrid of 1984 and The Most Dangerous Game, where Railsback and Olivia Hussey are about to gain their freedom, but there's not a lot to do in this future, so we're gonna hunt you for sport. The film is loaded with graphic violence, extremely fun-ass chase scenes. They're being hunted by this truly bizarre set of characters, one of them being a wolf man. This may top the body bags in the other Escape 2000. Because this one is dropping bombs like Stryker. Released in the States in '83, this is a go-to choice if you're seeking some Ozploitation. The next horror movie better be good though. It's reminding me of good things.
Boris Karloff, Bela Lugosi, Lon Chaney.
The Mirror from Boogeyman 2. Frightmare, aka the horror star, has a lot of release dates listed from 81 to 83, but most of them I saw were in 83. So okay, let's talk about Frightmare. It's not even the only movie I saw called Frightmare. This one has a pretty fun plot though, and unique for a slasher. It has to do with a group of idiots stealing the body of a recently deceased horror icon.
Hey, let's take the body back and show it to the girls.
Chicks in the 80s loved corpses of horror actors. But of course he really was some kind of evil entity who is back to kill these damn kids for disrupting his current production of God's Spell in Heaven. Something about this movie is screaming for it to be remade, starring Charles Dance. I'd see it. Not faring quite as well at the time was The Moon in the Gutter from Jean-Jacques Bennix, the director of the highly acclaimed Diva, here about two women totally into Gerard Depardieu, who is obsessed with finding who killed his sister. It wasn't a hit with critics, nor did it do well at the box office, but did receive some better acclaim in later years, though still haunted the movie's director when he wanted to re-release his extended 3 to 4 hour version, but the studio destroyed the extra footage. The cinematography alone does make it worth checking out. We've already had Frightmare, so it's gonna be kinda weird just going to a regular nightmare.
Somewhere between the real and the unreal.
Can't tell this is an anthology horror film released the same year as Twilight Zone the movie. But you ever see one that you grew up thinking it was a popular hit simply because it was on TV all the time? That's me with Nightmares. Originally filmed as a TV pilot, but released theatrically instead, where the box office and reviews weren't so good. But I do remember liking this, especially for this horror movie Tron type segment starring Emilio Estevez as a gamer, plus one where a fallen priest is being chased around duel style by Satan. There's one where a killer is in the backseat of a woman's car, and where a giant rat torments a family. So it is memorable to me.
One film opens that you've never heard of, and that you will never forget.
Well, I remember it from television, not the theaters.
Nightmares is this year's sleeper.
That's the only reason you called this movie Nightmares, isn't it? So you can say that pun. Enough of these selfish movies. When is one gonna ask what I want?
Now, what can we do for you, sir?
Thank you. Bring back the Arch Deluxe. So we've met Peter, but what about Patricia?
This is Patricia Kerno, who, as you can see, works in a bank.
She's gonna fall into something and turn into a supervillain, isn't she? Lonely Hearts is another 82 Australian flick that got its American release in 83. It's a romance film where the narrator feels more like someone describing the movie as you're watching it.
Oh, no, I'll go home, thanks.
That was close.
Yes, thanks. Will you just let me watch the damn movie? I can figure it out on my own. It's kind of interesting watching the trailer. It's about a lonely man who uses a dating agency to meet someone, and then meets a younger woman who also has some problems of her own. It's basically like watching Audition if it didn't turn horrifically violent in the second half. Which is funny because it's called Lonely Hearts. Like The Killers? And the final line is a little misleading.
A love story that wasn't meant to be so funny.
What? So it's like The Room? The smartass narrator takes a break, though, and becomes too serious.
Before there were the people, or even the idea of people.
Is this a movie or a Union commercial? Wait, I know what this is. It's Clara getting set up at her previous location before moving to Hill Valley. There's lots to find here, like Heaven's Gate extras.
And found instead an undiscovered universe of humanity.
And bacteria. Like Lonely Hearts, Cross Creek also doesn't have a serial killer in it. Despite featuring Mary Steenburgen and Malcolm McDowell, last I saw them together, Jack the Ripper was there. This is a biopic where Steenburgen is author Marjorie Kinnins Rowlings, who wrote The Yearling. It's a fish out of water story too, where she moves to deep South Florida to write. Great, the second movie in a row that's a nicer version of a horror film. With this one being about a writer going to a cabin to write, it's like I spit on your grave if Jennifer wrote in peace, fell in love, and finished her book. It got some Oscar nominations, but didn't do very well, which director Martin Ritt wasn't surprised by, and said, I don't think a movie about an artist creating will play well in Middle America. What do you mean? Getting It On was about creators? And oh great, what kind of underage trouble are the movies getting into now? This one I remember not from seeing it on television, but renting it. It is a slasher, and I rented a ton of those in the day. And it doesn't take long for the trailer to get extra weird.
I bet a lot of people around here like to know you're into little girls.
Talk like that gets you punched right into a jail cell. The movie is about an attractive high school student who all the guys have the hots for. What is this town? Jailbait, USA? Anyway, they all want to sleep with her and then they end up dead. I think I rented this because I was like, oh, it features Dana Kimmel from Friday the 13th 3D. I love that movie. This one's not as good, where even the authorities don't care.
You better call Billy and tell him about his brother.
What's even the point anymore? The girls just blame each other anyway.
Don't you want to hear the details about how that poor old man was twitching from his ceiling because you decided you wanted a little attention?
Really, it's your fault everyone keeps getting killed on account of your looks. Maybe I should watch this again. These lines belong in a freaking comedy.
You drank or smoked dope or anything?
Well, I do a little of everything.
Everything, ooh.
So, you want some pot or not? My parole officer says I shouldn't be here. And even more confusing, the end of the trailer.
Sweet 16. Rated R, 17, not admitted without parent.
Oh, so I can turn 16 and dodge a serial killer, but I can't go see the movie Sweet 16? Okay, we've had enough slashers and post-apocalyptic movies. I think we can get back to the fantasy sword and sorcery movies now.
Journey to an age of great kingdoms.
Where every Where's Waldo picture comes to life. The hell? Fantasy movie or musical? Take your pick. Okay, there's our Conan type. I know what we're in for, and, a Jabba's Palace Guard type? Produced by Roger Corman, this is Deathstalker, about a lone warrior who gets his training from the power of every hero like this, with a mission like every mission you've seen.
He can capture the amulet of life. He will rule the world.
Unless the satanic power of Anton LaVey gets in his way. Or is that me? So Deathstalker is a little like Ator to me, in the sense that I'm more familiar with the sequels, thanks to the third film being on MST3K, and the second film is the best one, as it's a hilarious spoof of the first. As for here, nice knowing what fetishes they're into, ew. It was a decent success, and has some fun Corman-like imagery. Or wait a minute, you're no pig man at all, you're a guy in a mask! See this film, it may be the last!
Deathstalker, the last great warrior king.
Oh yeah, right, you sure the Scorpion King isn't lurking around the corner somewhere, waiting for his moment to shine? Hell, with a title like Heat and Dust, that could be another sword and sorcery movie, but it isn't. It's part of a brief genre in the 80s of British films in India, like Gandhi and Passage to India. It was a dueling timelines, clashing of cultures romance film, with part being set in the 20s and part modern day. It had some trouble marketing in the States and didn't do well here, with a poster that looks like it'd be one of my stock melodrama choices on an audience poll, but internationally it was a success, and the biggest hit at the time for Merchant Ivory. It also got 8 BAFTA nominations and competed for the Palme d'Or at Cannes. It got a hell of a lot of critical acclaim all over the world, including here in the States where it still couldn't find an audience. But it's an epic.
Heat and dust. An epic of the heart.
See, there's your problem. It needed to be an epic of nuclear bombs dropping a load into horny college bros' pants. Then it would be a hit. Bonus points if you have a magic sword. However, this one didn't do well here and elsewhere too. The controversial political thriller Who Dares Wins, aka The Final Option.
They've murdered Andrew Wilcox. We are dealing with the hardcore revolution.
What's going on at Britannia Hospital now? We've already got pieces this month. We don't need to sew up Malcolm McDowell again. The film has to do with a terrorist group made up of peace extremists, and the British Secret Service infiltrating them before they strike an embassy. Forget Britannia Hospital. Is it another McDowell film? Figures these damn hippie groups have spectacular costuming and choreography. It was protested by anti-nuclear arms groups for making them look like terrorists. Critics didn't like the film either, but President Reagan liked it a lot. What do you mean this doesn't appeal to the kids?
I've got one of them right here. He probably knows every technique they own.
Yes, the seductive power of rock will get our message across. What is happening? This is like a whole movie made up of the opening scene from Hell of the Living Dead, where a SWAT team saved an embassy overrun by terrorists and zombies. It's also inspired by the 1980 Iranian embassy siege. But not gonna lie, I've seen Hell of the Living Dead so much, I do have the Goblin Dawn of the Dead theme playing in my head right now as I'm watching some of these scenes. Sure, the movie was seen as being too right-wing, but it's the 80s. Really, what action movie wasn't? Screw politics, I'm demanding to know why Chuck Norris isn't in this film. And why isn't it released by Canon Films? After all, the next film is...
The Ninja. Born of a 400-year-old tradition.
I just talked about this movie a few weeks ago. At least a few weeks from the time I'm recording this. See, Heat and Dust, if you wanted to speak to us Americans, you should have featured a ninja and ninja facts.
To the dark side of his art, the destruction is terrifying.
Your face will be full of cat scratches. The film stars Sho Kosugi and
his son Kane Kosugi, 6-year-old world karate champion.
Crap, is it Kane? I spent the whole review calling him Kane Kosugi. That sounded accurate! The movie is the riveting story of a doll salesman battling a corrupt business partner who wants his dolls to hide drugs. Business was definitely booming in the 80s. We were throwing each other off roofs and fighting to get a good sales license.
Because only a ninja can kill a ninja.
I'm sure Indiana Jones could probably shoot one. Anyway, did you not see the first film, Enter the Ninja? Doesn't matter. Canon's Ninja Trilogy is an in-name-only trilogy. Watch them out of order, you'll be fine. Hell, even the next one is also sort of a second installment, kinda. Strange Invaders almost sounds like a Cheech and Chong spoof title, but it's a parody of Midwest set sci-fi movies.
Centerville, Illinois is a nice place to live in.
Okay, being from Springfield, Illinois, naming your fake town Centerville, Illinois is pretty funny, actually. I guess the town has a secret. You're a body snatcher, aren't you?
The people of Centerville have a little secret they really would rather not share.
You're obsessed with the miniseries V, we can tell. So this was meant to be the second part of a trilogy called the Strange Trilogy, where the first film was the slasher satire Strange Behavior, but the third film was abandoned due to Strange Invaders not faring well at the box office, which is a shame. You can tell it does have a lot of love for the genre and location, with director Michael Laughlin being an Illinois guy, and the co-writer Bill Condon would later make the more successful Gods and Monsters. And the next one is kind of a cult film too, albeit not in the horror, sci-fi, or comedy genres.
I want something great. I want something that nobody's ever done before.
We're just some guys from Jersey.
Yes, Christopher Moltisanti's dreams of starring in Jersey Boys, until
18 years ago that a turquoise Chevy convertible went off the Raritan Bridge.
God damn it, Bandit! Eddie and the Cruisers takes an almost Citizen Kane-like structure and is the investigation of a 60s rock icon played by Michael Pare, who supposedly died but whose body was never found. It was intended as a summer release, till it was pushed back to September, where sadly it bombed. However, it gained a lot of eyes in '84 on HBO viewings, and I'm sure you probably know its biggest song, On the Dark Side by John Cafferty and the Beaver Brown Band. The cable TV viewings gave a gigantic boost to the movie and song, making the tune a #1 hit on the charts. So despite poor box office and mixed reviews, it found enough of an audience to even get a sequel in '89, a sequel that bombed and got bad reviews. But I still remember the second one quite a bit because our video store had it, and weirdly not the first one. I'm getting better at knowing what kind of movie something will be. You give me a title like Last Plane Out, and the trailer will definitely feature explosions. Ooh, you know it's a hit when the ticker on the bottom advertises its video release like it's a weather alert. And look at the poster. Move over, Who Dares Wins? This one is demanding a Reagan screening. The film takes place in the Nicaraguan Civil War and is from the point of view of an American journalist played by Jan Michael Vincent, who of course falls in love and gets so laid. I ain't taking you kids to see Year of Living Dangerously. We got Year of Living Dangerously at home. Look, we'll wait until '84 and we can rent it on video. It ain't gonna be in theaters long anyway. Put on one of those nice feel-good Jonestown movies, or a Sirio Santiago movie. Really, this kind of looks like one. Surprised he didn't direct it. We're also too strapped for cash to sew together Malcolm McDowell. Get a lower budgeted corpse stitched together. Don't worry, that's not a spoiler for the movie Pieces. That's the opening scene. I don't care what anyone says. Pieces is one of the great not give a shit. We're just trying to entertain the hell out of you slasher films. And really, what college experience back then didn't involve chainsaw madmen? This one knows how to surprise you, like a random appearance from a bluesploitation kung fu actor. And that the killer isn't Christopher George looking for more bodies in his mortuary. And between this and Sleepaway Camp, 1983 has two of the best horror endings of all time. It's a sleaze-tastic Juan Piker Simon film, who also directed Slugs and Pod People. Talk about knowing how to advertise your film. It's exactly what you think it is. You know exactly what to say to make me rent this. We've already covered classics in previous years that inspired hordes of sword and sorcery films and post-apocalyptic movies. Now how about the one that inspired a ton of friendship dramedies? Wait, I'm confused. Is this the one with Saul? Okay, The Big Chill, a movie that doesn't just have a great 60s soundtrack, but one that was in all of your parents' CD collections. And while Eddie and the Cruisers may have been a disappointment, The Big Chill was the more successful Tom Berenger 60s love letter movie of the month. It has such a familiar template. Group of friends from college get together for a weekend after one of them commits suicide, and they have a weekend of fun, dancing, drama, and sex, that it's practically its own genre. It's even credited for inspiring things like 30-something. It's so steeped in 60s nostalgia, it's like the adult scenes of It if Pennywise didn't show up. Continuing the '83 trend of horror movies without the horror part. But the movie really spoke to a whole generation, so it's easy for it to be a very, very sentimental film for baby boomers. And it really does work. Directed by Lawrence Kasdan, the dialogue is fantastic, the characters all stand out, except for maybe Kevin Costner, who was cut. It's got one hell of a cast, including William Hurt, Kevin Kline, Glenn Close, Tom Berenger, Mary Kay Place, Meg Tilly, Jo Beth Williams, and hell yes, Jeff Goldblum!
Where did our hope go? Lost hope, that's it, lost hope.
He forgot his mantra again. It's got some weirdness to it, like a pregnancy subplot that's a little off, but really it's about friendship.
In a cold world, you need your friends to keep you warm.
Screw 'em, my legs are cold, I'm taking the blanket and the brain-reading machine.
Suppose it were possible to transfer from one mind to another.
Sorry, Altered States, William Hurt is away with friends, so this is Brainstorm. A pretty cool Christopher Walken flick, where experiences can be recorded, put in someone else's brain for them to experience it, and of course the government wants it. Part of the 1983 genre of Christopher Walken seeing other people's actions line of movies. At the time, though, the movie was more so known for its production problems. It was the final film for Natalie Wood, who died in '81, and had completed her major scenes with a few left to be shot. The studio, however, almost scrapped the film so they wouldn't have to put more money into it. They nearly sold it to another studio till they realized the demand was high, so they did finish it, but ultimately it did underperform financially. The whole experience led director Douglas Trumbull to vow to never direct another Hollywood film. But behind the scenes troubles aside, I do like this well-made thriller. The Dead Zone I think is the better of the two, but this is a trippy little movie fun for Christopher Walken fans to see. Hell, even the next one sounds like it'd be the plot of a Walken sci-fi film. A man is hypnotized to kill his fiance's dad, a powerful congressman. But surprisingly, it's a wacky comedy.
Now, the most eagerly awaited film of all time, Going Berserk.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen this much pandemonium since National Lampoon's movie Madness. What kind of alternate universe do these trailers live in? Kind of a forgotten John Candy comedy of the time, it also features Eugene Levy and Joe Flattery. And between this and Strange Brew was the SCTV alum film that got the better reviews. It's directed by David Steinberg, though. You know, star of the as-yet-to-be snob-reviewed Something Short of Paradise. I'm usually leery of silly comedies that begin with the word going.
It can turn a soft-hearted ladies' man into a handcuffed, hardened criminal.
I'm not sure this has enough slapstick. At times it feels more like I'm watching a Kentucky Fried Movie fake trailer.
It's more like a party than a movie. It's more like going berserk.
See, this kind of partying is exactly why they didn't want Uncle Buck looking after the kids. It's a curiosity factor for it being an early John Candy starring role. So of course, despite the bad reviews, you still get some laughs with his all-in performance. I'm also learning not to get used to buildings or homes, because they'll probably get blown up. Whether it's a Diane Weiss drama or action film, there's a lot of fire in '83. This one, though, is a political thriller, directed by Costa Garvis and starring Jill Clayburgh. Wait, a sequel to First Monday in October? A female lawyer is put in charge of defending an accused Pakistani terrorist? Preposterous! Hannah Kay kinda came and went, as it's an early 80s look at the conflict between Palestine and Israel, but capsulated in this legal thriller. It did generate a bit of controversy from pro-Israel groups, leading to the director to advertise the movie himself in the New York Times. All that aside, it still didn't do well, got fairly lukewarm to negative reviews, and was out of theaters pretty quickly. Whoa, wait a minute, have we gone back to earlier in the year? Is Richard Gere still smoking like a badass in Breathless? Whoop, no, this is a different film. The Honorary Consul, which in the US was retitled Beyond the Limit. Set during the Dirty War, where Gere is Dr. Eduardo Plar, Eduardo, sure, who has an affair with a British consul's wife, which all comes to a head when the kidnapping of a US ambassador comes into play. September is certainly a month where there can be hits, definitely, but is still considered to be a month where there's some dumping ground movies. And this is one that also came and went. However, unlike Hannah Kay, this was more successful in other countries throughout Europe than it was here. And this one here is also one that got negative reviews and didn't do well, but is most certainly not forgotten.
I don't suppose I'm the only one who's had to fuck her way to the top.
Still the greatest acceptance speech ever given, even if it is just in a movie. I love The Lonely Lady, a movie that gets better and more relevant through each passing year. It was laughed off the screen back in the day, and it does have a lot of preposterousness to it, but going back and looking at it now, with it being about a struggling female screenwriter who is assaulted as a teen, is abused through her career, falls into drugs, has breakdowns, is taken advantage of by producers, directors, other writers, and the system. The movie has a lot to say, and it deserves to be looked at again through a different set of eyes. It was like a warning and a cry for help at the time. And I just love Pia Zadora. In a perfect world, there'd be a shitload more Pia Zadora movies in the 80s. Stay tuned, folks. Coming up next, it's October, so will there be plenty more slasher films? Surprisingly, no. But there is a lot of romantic comedies, including one that's literally called Romantic Comedy. Happy Halloween!
Tom Cruise, making all the right moves.
The more we get towards the end of the year, the more the movies are very familiar. This month we have 2 movies with never in the title, 2 connections to losing it, another James Bond movie, another Mark Gregory flick, another psychic Christopher Walken film. So let's start with Never Cry Wolf first. You cried wolf one too many times. Someone's gonna get humped by a bear, aren't they?
He's come 3,000 miles to spend 6 months in the Northwest wilderness.
Mistake coming soon. And how? I have the feeling he's regretting this trip.
But nothing could prepare him for this.
Well, scuba gear, maybe. Picture local hero if he more so loved the wolves and the land tried killing him. And Curtis Hanson co-wrote it. Earlier, he directed Losing It. That's why he started this trip simply looking for hookers. In this true story, Charles Martin Smith is a researcher meant to investigate wolves terrorizing the caribou, but then grows to respect and learn far more about the species. And it's a pretty great film, too, which it better be. Charles is running around like, this had better get damn good reviews. That's the rules of October. You never cry wolf, and you never say never again.
Sean Connery.
It was nice of Sean Connery to star in the porn parody. Nice music, making it obvious you couldn't get the Bond theme. Yes, after 12 years, it's Connery's long-awaited return as Bond.
I believe I'm having you in half an hour.
Oh, splendid. Your room or mine?
Picking it up like he never left. It's a remake of Thunderball, as it was produced by writer Kevin McClory, who had the film rights to the book. So instead of United Artists and Eon Productions, this unofficial Bond entry was distributed by Warner Brothers. Despite the story already being made in '65, the movie does have a lot to offer since it deals with Bond being much older in this film, which that itself gives Connery's Bond a lot more layers than we may have previously seen. Weirdly though, he is younger than Roger Moore. While not making as much as Octopussy, it was still a success, giving Connery's Bond a nice send-off Bond style.
I hope we're going to have some gratuitous sex and violence.
I certainly hope so too.
Because afterwards, clearly, Bond became an exploitation movie producer. Give us pieces too! And I'm not kidding when I say these 83 movies are getting familiar.
She was a young writer with a desire to succeed.
Yes, so she then moves to the swamp. I've seen this Mary Steenburgen film. Oh wait, no, this is romantic comedy, not the other Dudley romantic comedy of the year, the one called romantic comedy, with the poster that proves there is an alternate universe where this stars Woody Allen and Lily Tomlin. Also, if it was a 60s rom-com.
He was married.
Have an affair, buy a new hat, I'll think of something.
because if you've seen my 60s film retrospectives, every other movie was about having an affair. The title does make sense in context, as it's about two writing partners who have made several hit plays, but spend many years in love with each other without actually going for it. It's the kind of film where the trailer will say, until one day...
For 7 years, they were madly in love with each other. Until one day...
he shoots her lover. Not a hit critically or commercially, but there is still charm to it because of the two lead actors, known for elevating material, which they do here. Sure, we don't spotlight a lot of TV movies on here, but sometimes it's worth spotlighting something like Tiger Town, which did get a theatrical release the following year, but in '83, this baseball drama was the very first Disney Channel original movie. That's right, you got this movie to blame for Can of Worms and Twitches. Though I am curious if Roy Scheider signed up for this to also not be in Jaws 3D. I don't care if it's a TV movie, I don't want to do the 3D shark film. The movie's about an aging baseball player and a young fan who loses his father, but makes wishes for Scheider to continually hit home runs. So basically, in the 90s, someone at Disney dusted this off and was like, what if we do it again, but we put angels in it? Makes sense. But hey, we spotlighted a TV movie, so why not a shot-on-video horror film? That's what a lot of people end up doing when watching too many shot-on-video flicks. I guess I got my wish, and there is a Pieces 2, in that the plots are a little similar. Boy murders his mom, then years later there's several deaths, although via hammer and not chainsaw. It isn't the first SOV film, but it is the second, as the first was Boarding House in '82, though this was the first SOV flick to be released straight to video.
Now we're gonna have some real fun.
Hey, an orgy! Alright, that's what we're waiting for!
Was it also the first to be returned after watching only 5 seconds? I know I should spotlight more shot-on-shitty-o movies, but they're really hard to get through. Believe me, I've made several. And what a transition, going from Sledgehammer to a Robert Altman film. Hey, that means we're getting near award season when the Robert Altman movie shows up. No disrespect to Best Picture nominee Sledgehammer. Streamers is the slightly more dramatic Matthew Modine film of the year than Private School. That's why the two combined and we got Private Joker. Picture a little Lords of Discipline in here too, as not only are these cadets dealing with racial tensions, but also one of them is gay. Based on the Broadway production, the film was financed by Altman himself so he could have more control, and cast a group of then unknowns, including the first film for David Alan Grier. If you're worried it won't have the guns blazing climax of Taps, never fear, Cadet Thunder has your back!
Stay out of town, Indian. I'm warning you. If not, bang, 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 Indian.
Look, Brian Dennehy is busy with the Wolves in Never Cry Wolf. We'll be taking over as the First Blood cops from here. Some of the most fun I've had on the show in recent years was doing the Thunder Warrior trilogy, aka Thunder. The First Blood knockoff to end all First Blood knockoffs.
Did you see what he did to my brother? He's dead from the waist down.
His dick didn't work anyway, and you know it. Now get in the plane. Half of our crew is lost in the desert, and we gotta find him. Sometimes I'll do Snob episodes where I'm like, God, there's too much material to work with here. I'm running out of room for notes. The episode will be too long. And that's the Thunder Warrior films. Every ridiculous line is topped by the next. Every explosion is topped by Mark Gregory bulldozing the town. If you haven't seen my episodes on these, do yourself a favor and watch them. And watch the movies too. They make as much sense as a trilogy as Canon's Ninja Trilogy. Plus, think of it like this. It's the better Stallone movie of the year over Staying Alive. Far more car flips. Speaking of stunts, Tom Cruise isn't done with 1983 yet, as he's back with his most dangerous stunt of all, football! He's a Steel Town athlete on a Friday night. A movie made to get inspiring coach words.
But no matter what the future's gonna bring, there's seldom gonna be a moment like tonight when you hold it all in your hand.
Now get out there and shake the barbecue chips from the vending machine. Between all the right moves and risky business, losing it almost seems like a distant memory, and it came out the same year. Here, Cruise plays, what's his name?
Tom Cruise is Stefan Georgievich.
Oh yeah, I believe that's his name, like I believe Richard Gere is Eduardo. He's gonna use his football talents to get the hell out of this town.
You too good for us or something?
No, sir, I just want to go to college.
Also, yes, he is too good for you. He's Tom Cruise. He's better than all of us. Maybe it isn't that he wants to get out of town to keep from working in the mill. Maybe it's because he doesn't want to end up with a pickaxe to his head like the others in school. That is, if he can keep his act together.
Oh, where are you going? This is for players. You right back with the cheerleaders.
Okay, what a punishment. No, anything but that! You'll also be using the girls' shower from now on, son! That is classic Coach Hayden punishment. It's weird seeing Craig T. Nelson coach without his secret weapons, Luther and Dauber. It's a movie full of cliches, but it works. Between Cruise, Leah Thompson, and Nelson, and being the directorial debut of famed cinematographer Michael Chapman, who previously shot classics like Raging Bull and Taxi Driver. But to go back to Never Cry Wolf for a second, to think some of this danger could have been easily avoided if he just had the wisdom of Christopher Walken in his head.
The ice is gonna break!
That's right, the second trippy Walken film of the year is also the second David Cronenberg movie of the year. Though between this and Videodrome, this is more so the one your parents might like. As they should, The Dead Zone is awesome. Based on the novel by Stephen King, Walken plays Johnny, who wakes up from a coma and gains psychic abilities where he can see into the future by touching someone. Do not give the Getting It On kids that power. They will take advantage of it. Johnny doesn't need Taxi Driver cinematography to set his sights on a presidential candidate.
I have had a vision that I am going to be president of the United States.
Well, I guess Martin Sheen is also a bit psychic. The movie is like Christopher Walken himself tried stopping Max Schreck. It's got a special place in my heart, in that it was the first Walken movie I saw as a kid. Sure, we all have our impressions and everything, and no one goes over the top the way Walken does. But I still love movies like this that truly spotlight his talents as an actor and as a leading man. But what's the start of awards season without a big 3-hour epic?
On October 14th, 1947, Captain Charles Yeager shattered the sound barrier.
Then years later, Tom Cruise would do the same simply because it's Saturday. Philip Kaufman's The Right Stuff about the Mercury 7 astronauts in the early days of NASA is one hell of an ensemble and still brought up as one of the best astronaut movies ever made, pre-Rocket Man. And don't forget about the patriotism.
Patriotic beyond question.
I just thank God I live in a country.
Reagan will get to watching the movie soon. He hasn't seen Space Raiders yet. It's hard to believe the film was actually a surprising bomb upon release. But talk about never giving up, because this movie didn't let low box office stand in its way of critical acclaim or accolades. It was up for 8 Oscars, including Best Picture, and it won 4, including editing and sound. And let's not forget bar recognition.
Hi, which one are you?
Shepard.
Well, which one's Glenn? He's the one I want to meet.
Obviously, so he can challenge him to a cross-country race. While the movie was adored by critics, such as Ebert calling it the best film of the year, the author of the book wasn't so big on it due to the movie's changes. Also, some of the real astronauts weren't crazy about it, one calling it Animal House in Space. Which, that sounds amazing. Now I want the ripoff film that puts King Frat in space. Wait, never mind. Maybe we did get that with Rocket Man. Not to say the movie doesn't have some piss jokes.
Gordo, I have to urinate.
They promise we'll stop at the next gas station.
I would have thought Jaws 3D would be the Dennis Quaid movie with the pee jokes. See the right stuff. Oh, now I get this Simpsons reference.
They all want to see Buck Rogers, and that's us.
Actually, I've said multiple times already that I want to see Stoney Cooper, but I'm getting word of another award season staple when the studio is proud to announce something. The Return of Christ. Oops, close. I mean The Return of Coppola, his second film of the year. An S.E. Hinton double feature for the man, this time adapting Rumblefish, about young street tough Matt Dillon, who looks up to his badass older brother Mickey Rourke, who is out of the gang life. He co-wrote the film while he was working on The Outsiders, and even kept some of the same cast and crew. But while The Outsiders did fairly well box office-wise, obviously for the scene where Cruz throws the leader of the Socias into a jet engine, Rumblefish didn't quite reach that movie's success, and like The Right Stuff, gained a lot of praise but was a box office bomb. Of course, we should point out again, that doesn't make any of these movies bad. It is just interesting pointing out stuff that did underperform, but would later find an audience, to the point to where I see more people reference Rumblefish today than something that did make more money in '83, like High Road to China. Box office isn't meaningless because it does make or hurt careers, but if your movie has enough passion behind it, which this one does, especially with its dedication to Coppola's own brother, it'll resonate with some people. If anything, for how gorgeous it is, as Coppola tells this story like it's an avant-garde film noir or like a French new wave film of the 60s. More like the original Breathless and not the remake. I guess that's a theme this month too. Critical hits that did have trouble finding an audience, because that's also the case with Under Fire.
Nicaragua, 1979.
You're gonna need a much bigger explosion than that. Have you learned nothing from 1983? I didn't think I'd be seeing so many movies with this plot this year. It's another Nicaraguan set political thriller that has to do with journalists on the ground, and also has a love triangle. I told you, when we saw Last Plane Out, we'll wait for it to come on video in '84. But why? With this film, you have Last Plane Out, Year of Living Dangerously, and the honorary console in one film, where Nick Nolte totally isn't banging Gene Hackman's wife.
Were you guys making up before she split from me?
No. For God's sake, Alex, we're friends.
Oh, I believe you. Phew, don't want to have that conversation. Much better to watch chaos unfold. I'm sure that was an accident. And I dropped my glasses again. Are they following Mick Jagger or something? Maybe it was a mistake to give him an entire country. Or maybe the movie just needs some of that right stuff patriotism back.
Do you get paid by the hour or by the body?
I get paid the same way you do.
That's it, he's throwing Ed Harris into space himself, like Hercules throwing a bear. I will say this, however, the trailer does have kind of an amazing conclusion.
Under Fire on All Sides is one hell of a picture.
Well, too bad we won't see it because you just shot the damn negatives. We still got the honorary console himself on standby. Now we got a movie that does a little bit better. Michael Caine's gonna show Rita what's what. Frank is a professor of literature. Rita is a hairdresser who thinks Macbeth runs the local pub, and Hamlet is a plate of eggs with cheese. Or maybe she doesn't think any of those things, and the poster designer is a condescending ass. I'll give the professor a break. He's probably drunk.
Doctor, are you drunk?
You don't really expect me to teach this when I'm sober.
It's best to be a little wasted when teaching Ethics 101. See, folks, why have the students going around being perverts when the professors are doing that just fine? It's one hell of a debut, too, as it was the first film for Julie Walters, who scored an Oscar nomination as Frank's new student.
And she's his most determined student.
We had to call people Hitler to their face back then. It was a different time. This was when bad days literally fell on your head. Cheer up, you're lucky it didn't explode. See, you don't have to go into a war-torn country battlefield to get so laid. Instead, just watch your students.
He teaches her everything he knows, but he's the one who ends up learning.
I don't know, Ed Harris said the same thing about Radio, and thank God that wasn't a love story. I've got a lot of respect for this film. They said, give us an Oscar contender version of My Tutor, and they did. It's now your parents' turn to sneak into the drive-in and bang in the back seat while the movie is playing. Like all these year-end retrospectives, though, it still gets iffy on where to put a particular movie, given that I mainly use the US release dates. So you'll have a foreign movie like Pieces that got its Spain release in '82, but its US release in '83. Then there's stuff I've talked about in this video, like Exterminators of the Year 3000, which had its Italian release in '83, but we wouldn't get it till '85. But I was like, screw it, I'm not waiting till '85 or 3000 to talk about it. And that's where we come to the French-West German co-production Possession, which was unleashed in May of '81 in France, and then here in the States for a butchered-ass version that was in theaters here and we were stuck with on video for a while. This wild flick is like a breakdown of a marriage film, like Kramer vs. Kramer, only if David Cronenberg and Roman Polanski fought over custody. Very interesting year for marriage films, directed by Andrzej Zalowski, and starring Isabella Gianni and Sam Neill, and given Neill is a spy in this, let's make believe this was all taking place after the events of Enigma, where there's problems at home with the wife, so why not get into some body horror like it's War of the Roses if you cut yourself in your sleep? In the States, about a third of the movie was cut, making it an 81-minute version, in which its central themes were lost on audiences, and it came and went with little notice, so thank God we were able to get the uncut version years later, making this one hell of a cult film. Moving on though, it's something else that touches on divorce. Though with not as many death scenes or body parts in the fridge, Richard is back!
The two most beautiful words in the world of comedy, Richard Pryor.
That and rainbow suspenders. I don't see this one get quoted as much as some of his others, but God, it's still great. And I think about Here and Now a lot because it was the first Pryor stand-up I saw as a kid, and I taped it off HBO. Here he spotlights the economy, his marriages, New Orleans, drunk driving, dog breath, and politics.
I meant the president, we in trouble.
Well, did you bother him when he was watching Who Dares Wins? But my favorite comparison to the previous month, September ended with The Lonely Lady, but in October, no, it's The Wicked Lady!
It was a time of revelry, and she was scandalous.
This scene isn't going to involve a hose, is it? A remake of the 1945 film, but with significantly more Faye Dunaway eyes.
Never yet deceived my husband.
And she was the mistress of deceit.
She steals my heart every glance at the screen. A bit rompier than we expect out of Cannon films, and Michael Winner films, as he's the director of the first 3 Death Wish movies. It's like a swashbuckling Bonnie and Clyde, or a sexier version of the Monty Python Dennis Moore sketches. Even Faye said this was a fun one to work on.
And treacherous woman.
The poison was not enough.
The more Faye brings out her inner RuPaul, the better the movie! It's more on the ambitious side at Cannon, where they did use it to tout that their company was growing so big they could get a lot more of these well-respected actors, since the actors got a bigger cut of the percentages. The movie wasn't a hit, but you got Faye whipping at the camera like I'm sure she does behind the scenes anyway, and I'm there. Coming up next, Terms of Endearment, Sleepaway Camp, and Amityville 3D. We'll find out which one wins the Best Picture Oscar after this.
Star 80. Saturday.
We're back, and it's time to continue the theme of folks who have done successful 1983 films, following it up with a not-so-successful 83 film. That's where we come to Deal of the Century, the other 1983 Chevy Chase film, other than Vacation, and it was written by Paul Brickman, the writer and director of Risky Business. Then again, they had to do another movie in 83, and I think you know why.
And the rest is, well, easy.
So they could fit more explosions in this one, another lesson of the year. Oh, and the movie is also directed by the great William Friedkin. Another fact that makes you wonder, what in the hell is Deal of the Century? That's okay, you're in good company. Friedkin doesn't even mention the film in his autobiography. It isn't that the movie is without charm. In it, Chevy Chase is an arms dealer, so there are moments of good physical comedy, with Chase trying to sell some weapons. It also shares a lot of similarities with the '84 film Best Defense, the Dudley Moore movie that Eddie Murphy was later edited into. In fact, the two movies were supposed to compete with each other, till Best Defense was pushed back. It's less of a mess than Best Defense, I'll give it that, but it's still a movie that you want to be way better than what it is. Makes me want to stick with TV movies, and we got one here, but one that did also go theatrical.
The summer of '62, a vintage year for romance.
Okay, fine, I'll get to 1962 in film. Just let me finish '83 first. This is experience preferred but not essential, where a young woman takes a job as a waitress at a resort and of course falls for the mysterious Mr. Bates. Or some witches turn kids into mice? Not sure. Regardless, it's the least depressing TV movie of the month. It was a British TV flick that was part of a series on Youth, with another entry being the '83 film Secrets. However, this one went over so well when it aired on TV in '82 that it attracted a nice-sized audience that producers gave it a limited theatrical run in the UK and in the States. Just look how in love everyone is. So head over heels, they are slamming these drinks. Normally I'd be worried, but the characters from Getting It On are nowhere nearby, and this seems like a nice enough chap. And we needed some British imports because things are getting a little disappointing in the States. Remember the Osterman weekend?
You are invited for a weekend in the country.
Fantastic! Who brought the solid gold oldies soundtrack? That's right, another ensemble cast getaway. Yeah, what do you mean? I am Greg T. Nelson. Just imagine the big chill if one of them was recruited by the CIA to bring in the rest of the group who are spies for the Soviets. And if it had a slasher climax with a bow and arrow. But still, at its heart, it's another relatable story about friendship.
What would you do that your three closest friends are Soviet agents?
I've known that about Santa Christ for years now. This was the final film for Sam Peckinpah, who passed away the following year, but still worked his ass off on this one despite being in bad health. While a disappointment with critics and audiences while in theaters, the movie did do far better in Europe, and it was a hit on video too, which is where I saw it, and I remember not liking it, but granted, one of the things I remember the most was the shitty pan and scan version of the video with quality that made it look like a soap opera, or maybe it was the melodrama that elevated the soap opera appeal. Perhaps I'd like it better on a rewatch for the cast alone, and the original concept that Rutger Hauer is the one in the friend group who isn't working with our enemies. It's opposite Nighthawks. Plus, it's fun to see this collection of great actors trying to kill each other.
The one weekend of the year you won't want to miss.
Oh yeah, everyone yearns for the weekend of November 4th. With Craig T. Nelson there had better be an inspirational sports movie around the corner, and there is.
He stunned the world by running the most sensational race.
What's with these sports trailers always being so spoiler-heavy? This is Running Brave, a Canadian sports biopic about Billy Mills, the only American to win the Olympic 10K meter dash. He's Native American, so of course he's played by Robbie Benson? Looking more like an offspring of Tony Curtis as a Native American in The Outsider. No, not The Outsiders. This is a reference to my 60s videos. Plus, there's a reason Commissioner Gordon isn't a sports commissioner.
What happens to these Indian boys? They are gifted natural runners, but they have no discipline.
So let's put a guy in some makeup. Still a better Robbie Benson movie around this time than Movie Madness, where I would expect to see some of this.
I'm half white also.
I don't know which half loses.
Exactly as half-white as Richard Gere as Eduardo. Hell, sometimes he looks like Forrest Gump got sunburned during the running sequences. It looks like they gave us a sequel to Soul Man, where instead C. Thomas Howell has a scheme to enter the Olympics on a Native American scholarship. Give us that sequel! Still, audiences liked it. But it doesn't matter if he wins or loses. November of '83 proves the world is gonna end anyway.
When suddenly, it could never be that way again.
I'm guessing they didn't come up with a compromise during the Osterman weekend. One of two Cold War movies in November that drops the bomb and scares the shit out of us. The other being The Day After, this one being Testament, both phenomenal films. Also, both originally produced for television, this one was made for the PBS series American Playhouse, till it was given a theatrical release after early praise from critics. The film is about a small town trying to hold itself together after nuclear war breaks out, destroying civilization outside the town, while trying to retain some semblance of normalcy and dealing with radioactive fallout. You can see how it would later inspire such series as Jericho on CBS. It's a time capsule that still holds up, and we'll be getting to the other one at the end of the month. Things are indeed picking up because now we move on to one of my favorite movies of the year.
When the editor of Playboy told me I'd won Playmate of the Year, the first thing out of my mouth was, "Are you sure?"
It's not gonna end happily, is it?
I have this feeling about Dorothy. She's gonna be a big star.
Because Eric Roberts is playing the husband. Star 80 is a beautifully disturbing movie all around, and the better final film of the month, with Osterman Weekend being Peckinpah's last film, and Star 80 being the last film for director Bob Fosse. It's shot and edited with a docudrama-like feel, plus... Of course I'll love a film that incorporates Do You Think I'm Sexy? In it, Mariel Hemingway plays Playboy centerfold Dorothy Stratton, tragically killed by her husband Paul Snider in 1980 in a murder-suicide. You could almost put it alongside Taxi Driver. Eric Roberts gives one of his best and scariest performances as her manager husband who gets obsessed with her and the lifestyle till it turns deadly. It's based on the Village Voice article Death of a Playmate, which was also turned into Death of a Centerfold, starring Jamie Lee Curtis in 1981. Sadly, the movie didn't do well, but with its direction and its brilliant and haunting performances from Hemingway and Roberts, this is worth seeking out. And they may be running a little late, but the slashers are back. Pull that van on up here. We can squeeze you in at the end of the year. Thanks for putting the title on the bottom of the screen. This could have been Madman or John Russo's Midnight, and I would have believed it. I also would have believed these characters are out of a zany comedy.
First you play it real cool, and then slip it right to her.
Ooh, a getting it on vacation. The killer will save the girls. First I can't go to a campground, now I can't go to the Rocky Mountains? Hell, they're making it easy. Sure, pee off the ledge. The killer just has to break your neck or lightly shove you. It's basically in the genre of The Hills Have Eyes and Don't Go in the Woods Alone, where there's some kind of mountain man stalking the young people. They always have axes and crazy editing. Stupid killer burning down his own home, but not the same killer from The Burning. That is also a different one. Time to squeeze in another 3D movie too.
The whole world knows the story of this house.
Yes, I've seen Amityville Thanksgiving. Funny how true crime stories and the movies work. Who knew after the shocking real-life DeFeo murders, it would lead to ghost stories and eventually a 3D sequel starring Tony Roberts? Like if Star 80 had a sequel in space. But Amityville 3D is a 3D sequel that still proves that Friday the 13th 3D is the best 3D sequel. Although there is a really creepy part involving Lori Loughlin and a lake that was like the main thing I remember about it, you can tell it's nearing the end of the 80s 3D craze. Sure, put the house exploding in the trailer. These 3D movies are starting to underperform. Just get it out there. And what's with these horror movies that feel like they should have been out in October?
In the distance, the town of Pottsville, Idaho.
Pottsville? Okay, either a nuclear bomb is about to get dropped on it, or Cheech and Chong are gonna show up. Maybe. The trailer does talk about radioactive waste, and it's called The Being. No, not The Prey. This is different. This is The Being. And I know who to blame for the monster.
It's everybody's responsibility to keep pornography out of this state.
Some things never change. There will always be the stuffy old bastard blaming porn who definitely has a porn collection. Imagine they gave Beast of Yucca Flats a bigger budget and cast Martin Landau and Ruth Buzzy, and you got a little something like The Being. It's also got some pretty cool gore effects too, as it was produced by exploitation great Bill Osco, and it is what it is, a serviceable, standard monster stalks a small town movie. And yes, 1983, yes, there are explosions in it, and a hilarious ending to the trailer.
Therefore, one must conclude that dumping nuclear waste into the aquifer does not and will not affect the water.
And then he's served a three-eyed fish when he tries running for governor. I wonder if the shenanigans and the slasher mayhem will continue. We have something from the director of Black Christmas and Porky's.
In this modern age.
Perfect. Well, you knew where that setup was going. It's Bob Clark's A Christmas Story.
Too many people have lost sight of the true meaning of Christmas.
What do you mean? I always get my family members' Christmas Story memorabilia. It's all that Christmas stores have anymore. Based on the works of Gene Shepard, this was such a passion project for Bob Clark that it's the main reason he did Porky's. And hell yes, I am the right age to have grown up with this holiday comfort film to end all holiday comfort films. Plus another great cut to the title shot.
MGM presents...
I think we have a winner for 83 trailer title cards. It's the movie you either love or you're trying to look cool online by saying, I have never liked that film. Overrated. Hey, did you hear me? Look at me! God damn it! I said look at me! This was a yearly staple in my household, going back to the days when it was a small little cult film, as it did modest business in theaters, but didn't necessarily set the world on fire, till it became this beloved film that we'd watch on cable or on video every year. With us, it was for its vignette-style storytelling that had something relatable about each one, especially being in the Midwest. Also, my cousin looked a bit like Ralphie. While it was cool to eventually see it become this worldwide phenomenon, I will say that the 24-hour marathon on television does take away my drive to just leisurely watch it on my own, since I know it'll be on in the background at our house on Christmas Day. That doesn't make me suddenly dislike the film, though. It was a huge part of my youth that I can still laugh at and quote, along with the rest of my family. But like every month, the movies are now blending together.
It's a trip that begins with a murder.
Her name was Judith Q. She was a receptionist at Grayson Burns Advertising.
The hell, am I getting a combination of The Prey and Star 80? That's just what I wanted for Christmas! Revisiting this was bizarre because it hit me halfway through my notes. Wait, I've seen this movie, and I completely forgot about it. I think I liked it. I believe I was in high school when I rented it. The movie is about a possible killer who hits the road after his estranged wife is murdered, and then the cop who is chasing him down is Michael Ironside. Opposite month continues. First, we have Rutger Hauer bringing down foreign agents. Now we have Detective Michael Ironside chasing a killer?
I can establish motive. I can put you at the murder site. I can nail you.
The hell, gone are the visiting hour days. I wish I could remember more about this, other than, again, great trailer ending.
Driven to its ultimate climax. Cross country.
Ooh, this one wants you to buy a ticket to see the explosion. Sadly though, this next one combines two things that don't do good in the early 80s, and that's pirate films and cash-ins on Indiana Jones. Elsewhere in the world, this is called Savage Islands, but in the States, we know it as Nate and Hayes, which starred Tommy Lee Jones and Michael O'Keefe as the title characters, with Jones and Max Phillip portraying real-life Blackbirders Bully Hayes and Ben Pease. It had a script rewrite from John Hughes, and was intended to be a more comical and cheekier look at these characters. With the light tone and the casting of greats like Jones, it did give the movie a little bit of a fan base in later years, despite critics going after the tone when it was released. Don't you know, the kids don't want past shit, they want something far more 80s.
He's just another guy. An average student.
Ah, he's Tony Manero's understudy for Satan's Alley. Well, close, actually. A Night in Heaven is from Rocky director John G. Avildsen, who was the original director for Saturday Night Fever before he was let go. Now we maybe know what Fever would have been like? And also what My Tutor would have been like, too. Where here, Christopher Atkins is a college student by day who hooks up with hot Professor Leslie Ann Warren and is a male stripper by night. He's gonna strip his way right to space and land that role as an extra in Get Crazy. Don't worry, the age difference is less weird here.
I'm 21 years old.
He's a boy, playing a man's game.
Well, the trailer said he was 21, so why not? After all, they both don't look too far apart in age anyway. But then she's also married! Ah, it's dramatic!
Dancing on the strip circuit.
Yeah, I'm dancing my way through school.
I'll bet.
Does her husband also want to bang Ricky Rocket? Turns out, though, the kids and the critics weren't so much into this bomb. Aside from the soundtrack, that is, the movie contains the Bryan Adams hit Heaven, as well as an early version of Obsession, which became a hit for Animotion. I mean, that would make me want to see the movie. I love all these songs. I've wanted to do this on the show for a long time, but it's bombed in the episode polls as much as it did at the box office. What's wrong with you voters? Don't you want this eroticism?
When the feeling hit them, there was no place hotter than heaven.
Avildsen cut to the chase to give us Saturday Night Fever and moment by moment in one movie. But as great as that is, now we get a slasher that not only renders the other November '83 slashers forgettable, but even the trailer is great at selling this flick.
Dear Mom and Dad, I've been at a sleepaway camp, and I'm getting very scared.
Who is writing that letter? That character is not in the film. Who cares? We're going to see Sleepaway Camp. This is a summer camp slasher that is already memorable for how unapologetically and realistically crude the young characters are, and the death scenes themselves are particularly lingering and grotesque. The dialogue is wildly over the top, the performances are hammy and iconic. The movie made Felissa Rose a horror legend, but then on top of that, add the best slasher film ending of the 80s, and you've got a recipe for a real slasher classic. It's doubtful you'd get this today, but that's why I'd rather watch a movie from the not give a fuck, no rules 80s. And not only is it hilarious that leads right to this Oscar contender.
She was born into a time when the world of study belonged only to men.
But there is something funny about watching Sleepaway Camp and then going to see Yentl. As Homer Simpson said, that Yentl puts the she in yeshiva. This was a Barbra Streisand project through and through. She stars in it as Yentl, who poses as a boy so she can be able to study at a Jewish school. But Streisand also directed the film and co-wrote it too. That is quite a risk, but it paid off here. It got its limited release in November to get it in for awards season, before going wide in early '84. It did gain 5 Oscar nominations, and 1 for score, and if Educating Rita was the awards-worthy My Tutor and A Night in Heaven, apparently, Yentl is for everyone who saw Private School and was like, needs to be something I can take my Jewish in-laws to. The trailer guy is trying hard not to sell us a shenanigans movie.
For her feelings as a woman, or what was in store for her as a man.
Is it gonna have the same ending as just one of the guys, where she's like, oh yeah, are these fake? But before you're feeling slightly optimistic, we got that other '83 movie here to remind you. Oh my god, we're all gonna die anyway. Hell yes, Nicholas Meyer's The Day After. Not only one of the best films of its kind, but also one of the biggest TV movies of all time, and held the record for most watched TV movie till 2009. Set in Kansas City, Missouri, it's a nuclear war what-if film, which deals with an ensemble cast of characters, including Steve Guttenberg, now working his ass off at not turning invisible. This depicts a society that is either preparing for it to happen, or being naive, thinking it won't happen, until the bombs do drop, and it's one of the most disturbing sequences in television history. And that's not even the end. The rest deals with the horrific nuclear fallout after. So yeah, it's a film that's the definition of bleak. It's so great at its job that it had warnings before the film and a 1-800 helpline with counselors. It was by far the most important President Reagan screening, as he did see this film too. And it disturbed him so much, he gave the film some credit in him signing the Nuclear Forces Treaty. There were other programs on that night too. My parents didn't watch this film, knowing it would be a scary-ass downer, so they watched the series finale of Alice instead. Like I said with Testament, these movies are time capsules of a very on-edge time in history, but are so effective in their scare-your-ass-off approach that they are still worth watching today as a warning and just a great thriller. But meanwhile, while the horror film Double Exposure was released here in '82, it got some releases in other countries in '83, and good thing we got it out of the way here, with it being about a photographer who dreams of killing his models. It's far too soon after Star 80, and far too soon after The Day After to get something called Double Exposure. But here in the States though, Fred Williamson is on the scene in a movie that isn't an Italian exploitation film.
Fred Williamson is Detective Frank Hooks.
I don't trust nobody.
Oh yeah, well I don't trust that you're not Nick Nolte. Also directed by Williamson as a cop who is set up and then goes rogue to clear his name. And it has everyone in it you expect to be there, from Chief Ed Lauder to...
Well, you find out who it is. 'Cause I want him.
Yes, everything so far screamed mob boss Joe Spinell. You know who else this needs? John Saxon and Richard Roundtree. It has John Saxon and Richard Roundtree. And more great Spinell moments.
Oh, this guy is crazy. Okay, raise these windows and get me the hell out of here!
Those windows aren't gonna save you from Fred bullets. Fred Williamson can only be stopped by one thing.
If I see you around here again, I'll call the real police!
No hope.
Trash-talking old women? But it's the same Grindhouse trailer guy who vouched for Stoney Cooper, which therefore means I am here for Detective Frank Brooks.
It's not how you play the game, it's whether you win or lose. The big score.
And I guess cars are the biggest losers of '83. But hey, another thing I didn't expect to see twice? Forget Nightmares, that was the other rat horror movie. We're on to Of Unknown Origin.
It haunts our cities.
Dog chewy toys that keep us up in the night. Oh shit, POV from this angle means whatever it is up to no good.
In this house.
Son of a bitch, that's what the trailer guy said in the Skinamarink trailer. When nothing happens in that film, it's gonna cause Peter Weller to go insane and start tearing up the place. This one is way better than you think it might be, elevated by a fantastic performance from Peter Weller, who is obsessed with finding this damn creature in the house. You can also see what Stephen King absolutely loved about the movie too, and how this intrusion is escalating fast. Great, the rats found the circuit breaker. Could be rats, could be those damn Smurfs looking for their magic flute. Yes, we've had enough bleakness with the nuclear war films. Now for something like the Smurfs. Damn you, Cold War! Kidding, that's not in this movie. Hey, we've seen foreign films from '81 and '82 make it to the States in '83, but how about something from 1976, like the Belgian film The Smurfs and the Magic Flute? You can probably guess why it got an '83 release. This was a film written and overseen by the Smurfs creator Peyo. And it wasn't until the Hanna-Barbera series got huge in the US that they released an English dub of the film here. So because it wasn't a Hanna-Barbera production, the English dub doesn't have the same cast as the series, plus the humor and the characterizations are much more like the comics than the series. If you're a big Smurfs fan, I'm sure it's a big curiosity to see. And the '83 release did give the movie some second life, as it was a big hit when it was released here in the States. And is the better Smurfs movie too. Now we have the Best Picture winner of the year. Sorry, every 1983 3D movie. And also sorry, Cliff DeYoung, who made the ultimate sacrifice getting blown up in a house. Sure, this one also features a bad marriage, but she doesn't get blown up. There is cancer, though. From director James L. Brooks, it's one of the great, funny, yet tearjerker movies of the 80s.
Why should I? Why should I be happy about being a grandmother?
It's still quotable as hell, even if I mainly remember the Jack Nicholson scenes. If you wanted me on my back, all you had to do was ask. Jack is her neighbor Garrett Breedlove, and God, their chemistry is great, but so is the chemistry of everyone in this. I love that it's such a 1983 movie, you know, the year of terrible sequels, which means, of course, it's the Best Picture winner of the 80s to later get its own terrible sequel. This is a classic mother-daughter film, with Shirley MacLaine in one of her best roles as Aurora Greenway, and the film spans across decades of their sometimes intense relationship, which covers Deborah Winger's troubled marriage and also terminal illness. It finds a perfect balance between funny and very, very sad, and also relatable for parents of that time. It not only won Best Picture, but also Actress for MacLaine and Best Supporting Actor for Jack. Why must this movie be so good? Why kick Independence Day '83 when it's down? It's already dead, for God's sake, leave it alone. This is the kind of movie that is in every grandmother's collection, but still, it's a good one. When an 80s dramedy lands, it lands incredibly well. While Burt Reynolds may have passed on Terms of Endearment, he is back for the final month of '83, and while it may not be as good as Terms of Endearment, it is a far better '83 film than Stroker Ace. We're here, people, the final month of the year, and we've talked about successful movies, followed up by the same people doing unsuccessful movies, but with this one, it's kind of the opposite. It's The Dresser from director Peter Yates, which revolves around theater.
Britain struggles for survival as a great actor struggles to go on.
How much further?
People forget the best part of World War II was the raw acting talent. Earlier in the year, Yates had brought us Krull, which underperformed and didn't get the best reviews, while with The Dresser, he scored not only positive reviews, but its two leads, Tom Courtenay and Albert Finney, also got Oscar nominations. Though it is funny that in the long run, I do still see Krull get brought up a lot more. Plus, with the plot being about a dresser keeping an eccentric lead actor's shit together during a production of King Lear, they could have called this my favoritist year, or...
Have you good legs? Higher. Lock the door.
Ooh, check that. It's called Re-Educating Rita. Plus, I wonder if they were able to reuse some of their old Krull props and wardrobe. This is certainly a movie that is selling its acting performances.
Every year, one actor creates a role so outstanding that it is forever etched in the minds of audiences everywhere.
And this year, it's Ray Liotta as the hose rapist in The Lonely Lady. Finally, a movie that depicts what really went on behind the scenes of Jesus Bro. See The Dresser, now that we know for sure it's not a horror movie about a haunted dresser. The next film, however, more likely to have haunted dressers.
She did not know she was calling evil spirits of the past.
Perfect. From Fred Olen Ray, we get something like Curse of the Cannibal Confederates if they just dug up scalps instead. That's what the movie is called. Another warning not to dig up strange shit.
I'm feeling the evil in this ground. It's alive with evil. Stop it.
Look, Bob Ross lost his brush, okay? Help him out. In it, a group of archaeology students find Native American artifacts till the spirit of Black Claw stalks them. Damn, one grave over and you could have been stalked by the ghost of Robbie Benson's Running Brave. Oh, but sure, we've never seen anything like this.
Enter a bizarre new world of unspeakable horror never before shown in a motion picture.
True, I'm used to these kinds of characters being chased by Sasquatch. This is way different. Now I just wish Fred Olen Ray did an episode of Young Indiana Jones. Oh, it'll remind you of other things too.
When the dead walk the earth, the living must die.
The spirit of the Dawn of the Dead catchphrase is gonna be pissed you bastardized it like this. But there's one thing that's true about the trailer for Scalps.
Where's it coming from? From hell.
That may be my favorite trailer explosion of the year. This is promising more than it could ever deliver.
The only movie that you may not be strong enough to watch to the end.
What do you mean? I love hanging out with Stevie Nicks after a kick-ass night of partying. And while I may have said Cars were the biggest losers of '83 in the trailer for the big score, that only means that they're now out for revenge.
Sonny, you ever owned a car before?
Well, here's one of the many that's been blown up this year. It'll get set on fire and keep going. Plus, if the teaser is any indication, someone's gonna bang that car.
She is seductive. She is passionate. She is pure.
Great, now the horny-ass high school students are sticking their dicks in actual tailpipes. In a year of great Stephen King adaptations, Christine, directed by John Carpenter, stands out to me as being one of the best overall movies of the year, and one of my favorite King adaptations in general. Like with Of Unknown Origin, where you're getting a way more psychological film than you'd expect, yes, the movie is about a possessed car, yes, there's bullies, and yes, they get run down, but really this is a haunting story of the dark side of popularity and self-esteem, where dweeby high schooler Arnie fixes up his new car, sees it as a reflection of himself which needs to be fixed, and then he gains confidence, charisma, is cool, but at the cost of everything good and decent about him. And Keith Gordon turns in one hell of a performance here. How he evolves from this wormy kid to a truly terrifying monster is a masterclass in acting, and it's a performance I studied and mimicked a lot when I was first wanting to be an actor. This was also the first Stephen King book I read as a kid. From the performances to the amazing effects and the direction, it's a must-watch horror movie of '83. They are releasing the big movies this December, and now we're moving right along to Brian De Palma's Scarface.
¿Cómo se llama?
Antonio Montana.
In the Battle of the Tonys, Montana beats Monero in the body count, but not for winning an actual Tony. I love the hell out of Scarface. It's a story of the American dream that'll shove a chainsaw to your face.
Little Havana, where the American dream had a price tag.
$5 ain't that bad. In it, Al Pacino is a Cuban immigrant who seemingly creates his very own original accent. Talk about quotable, there's a lot of that in the trailer. This oozes both style and grit that it's like an origin story for a Miami Vice villain. I love everything about this, like the sleazy Caligula-like story of he and his sister, and that his downfall comes from the one decent thing he did, plus that it's one of the few movies of the year where the lead stops a car from blowing up. And the montages with stuff like Push It to the Limit, beautiful. It's 80s drug-fueled excess to the max at an almost satirical point. I know it's one where I think I know more people who don't like it, and I guess I get it, because it is hardcore one that has a fan base from people who seemingly don't get the message of the movie and that Tony shouldn't be idolized. It is in that category too of poster on a college kid's wall, but that's their problem. This is an iconic ass movie that is fun and earned its place as one of the most referenced films of the decade. But if you do escape the wrath of Tony Montana,
Dirty Harry is at it again in Sudden Impact.
Dirty Harry will shoot you and your movie title in the face, and his own poster too. Sudden Impact is one of my favorite Dirty Harry movies. Then the rest of the movie, he fills out paperwork and talks with a lot of lawyers. Wondering where the I spit on your grave aspect went in Cross Creek? Well, it's here, as Harry beats up the bad guys, but also wanders into a rape revenge movie. As the plot, which isn't in the trailer, is that Sandra Locke is seeking revenge against those who raped her and her sister by shooting them in the balls and in the head. And the movie totally freaking works, because you are rooting for Sandra Locke, and then you're also seeing it from the detective side, where Harry doesn't know the context of this, so to him, it's just that he's trying to find a serial killer. All of which leads to a great and very satisfying climax. It's definitely most famous for its Make My Day line, but in the genre of 1983 hard-ass cop movies and vigilante films, this is a good combination of both that does those genres well. Now, we've seen bombs dropping, nuclear fallout, Cold War movies of '83, but this December, how about Oscar contender nuclear dramas?
Karen Silkwood, an employee at an Oklahoma nuclear facility, was on her way to meet with a reporter from the New York Times.
Okay, this is a tragic true story film, so must resist urge to make Christine joke. Silkwood is from director Mike Nichols, where Meryl Streep plays Karen Silkwood, a whistleblower and employee at a plutonium plant, and loving wife to Kurt Russell.
Sweethearts like your two people. I'm in love with one of them.
He's leaving her for Cher? This biopic details her outing the problems with health and safety in this plant, where she was later found to have contamination inside of her and in her home as well.
We've all seen the poor guy suffering the effects of sunburn. Well, radiation's like that.
Stupid nuclear 80s! This would lead to her mysterious death in a car accident while on her way to meet with a New York Times reporter, which spawned lawsuits from the family against the energy company. And I think we all know whose fault this is.
What are you doing in there?
Damn it, Craig T. Nelson, stop working for the Soviets! It gained an Oscar nomination for Streep, which, yeah, I could have assumed that before the nominations were even read. Plus, it got nominations for Cher and Screenplay as well. Best hurry, though, he has a bootlegging car chase to get to. However, I'm sure this next one will have just as much radiation poisoning.
DC Cab. They've got class.
Where to, baby?
Though it's up in the air about it receiving Oscar nominations. Yes, DC Cab, not a hit with critics, but a hit at the box office. Directed by Joel Schumacher, the plot? You want to know a plot? Well, there's like several. Like watching a Washington set Cab sitcom with several episodes stitched together. Gary Busey can be the Reverend Jim of the movie. Will there be car explosions, though?
Fasten your seatbelt! Because they're back on the street.
Maybe. Did someone light up a joint and implode? This one has everyone in it but Cheech and Chong, surprisingly. Well, after that break toking up in the parking lot, it's been a whole minute, so get the Cold War movies back in here.
In Russia, a land of mystery.
It's no mystery with that trailer voice. This is here for award season.
There was one place of peace and safety. A place called Gorky Park.
Well, it sounds like a cheerful enough name. This movie's a good one, though. It didn't do well box office-wise, but rightfully got praise from those who saw it. In it, William Hurt is a Moscow police officer who is investigating a murder, and you damn right it's gonna lead to a conspiracy and the KGB. Yes, a Moscow blowout. Just think, if it were made years earlier, Lee Marvin could just beat it out of the suspects. This is a movie I liked better when I got older. I saw it when I was a kid, and I think a lot of it went way over my head. But if you're down for a good Cold War set mystery, you got it with this one, and from Michael Apted, the director of Enigma? No, not this one, the 2001 Enigma. Now, just so you know, even with its Miami Vice vibes, Scarface wasn't the Michael Mann film of the year. Instead, that goes to the cult classic The Keep.
Presented at selected theaters in 70mm and 6-track Dolby Stereo.
Ooh, sweet.
Brings together no less than 14 Academy Award nominees and winners for technical achievements and special effects.
Are you gonna show us the damn movie or not? How the hell do you even talk about the keep in this short of running time? Oh, if the studio cuts it, of course. In it, a group of Nazis unleash a supernatural evil. Did you not learn your lesson in '81? But the real horror film was behind the scenes, where the movie got screwed hard. There's a lot of re-edits that went with this, with Mann's original version being over 3 hours, then it was cut to 2 hours, where test audiences didn't like it, so that chopped it down to 96 minutes. Even the trailer has stuff not in the movie. So yeah, it didn't get great reviews because it was called Confused, and it bombed too, but with its very impressive visual style, it does have a cult following, especially from people demanding its director's cut be released, which never has, and that's crazy. Do you know how many cuts of Alexander there are? But I promised you Burt would be back, and better than Stroker Ace.
David Fowler isn't your average guy. Oh, sure.
I don't know. The 80s taught me that all average guys were leering in on aerobics classes. This is The Man Who Loved Women, which, hell, that could have been the name of Burt's autobiography. It's also a way better film of the year for director Blake Edwards, who previously gave us one of the worst of '83 with Curse of the Pink Panther. It is kind of a genre of Edwards movies that I do like a lot. Between this, Skin Deep, and 10, it's basically a sex romp genre of lead characters having a midlife crisis. Here he's essentially a sex addict who relays his conquests to a psychiatrist who he then falls in love with. But he's Burt, who wouldn't fall for this man?
You're a fast worker. I better leave before one of us gets pregnant.
I'm not that bad.
And that's a different movie of mine. Plus, Trailer Guy is getting too turned on by this.
The way they dress, the way they think, the way they walk.
The way they taste. It's got the physical comedy you expect out of an Edwards film, but the movie also gets a little darker and more serious as it goes on. While faring a little better critically than Stroker Ace, it still didn't get high praise, nor was it a big hit, sadly. And it isn't my favorite Edwards movie of the 80s. That honor goes to Blind Date, which I'll always stick up for. But this one's okay, and worth seeing as one of the more forgotten Burt films of this era. And I guess December thought that there weren't enough movies about a ladies' man creator having a crisis who then falls for a woman.
He's a senseless drunk, a callous womanizer. He's the worst dressed man in Woodsmoke.
But other than that, line up, ladies! He's a catch! He has a VCR! In Reuben, Tony Conti stars as a poet who's having trouble writing, but all the ladies want some of this. So much so, Robert's Blossom doesn't need to sell him Christine to make him look cool. Conti does carry the movie though, and it got him a Best Actor nomination. It was also the first film for Kelly McGillis.
All the women wanted Gowan, but only she understood him.
I don't think it's gonna work out between them. Gotta love any movie where the Wikipedia page says the National Review called it dreadful. Also 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. Okay. With a title like this, clearly it's the author of the year. I take my glasses off and this could be Pacino. Moving on, it may be Christmas time, but it'll always be springtime for Hitler somewhere in the world.
Do you know me? I've invaded almost every country in Europe.
Oh, what's that Taika Waititi up to now? And you thought The Dresser would be the only World War II theater troupe movie of the month. Why do the most randomly specific movies keep having doubles this year? To Be or Not to Be is a starring vehicle for Mel Brooks and Anne Bancroft, produced by Brooks, but directed by Alan Johnson, producer and choreographer on many Brooks films. It's a remake of a 1942 film about a husband and wife actors in their theater getting out of Poland after the Nazi occupation. Before it gets too hilarious.
You can murder a man, kill him in cold blood, but you can't kiss me.
Reverend Jim, how could you? You could have been in DC Cab. I'll tell my son that this is the day the clown cried. It's just like that Undercover's hero Peter Sellers film, if it didn't end with the Gestapo shitting their pants to death, literally. And also, it could be a 1941 spin-off.
To Be or Not to Be. That is the movie.
But I was already told Strange Brew was the best Shakespeare movie of the year. Hell, this month you got Charles Durning as a Nazi or an angel, going to either extreme side of good and evil. But aside from that, here we have a case of similar movies of the year, but both with not so great reviews. Earlier we had the Saturday Night Fever follow-up, Staying Alive, and now we have Two of a Kind, which reunites John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John after Grease. And while not a sequel, if it were, it's a better Oliver Reed sequel than The Sting 2. But while I can enjoy Staying Alive for its highly entertaining camp, I also really don't mind Two of a Kind. It didn't do as well financially as Staying Alive, but it didn't lose money, and its soundtrack was successful. I like how the fate of the world lies in the hands of a deal made with God to hook these two up, or the world ends. And with it being 1983, I'm gonna guess that the universe where they don't fall in love is what leads into the day after. There's fun performances in it, especially from Oliver Reed as the devil, and I like that the two leads spend the whole movie not knowing the end-of-world biblical element to the story. I remember not digging this when I was a kid, but when I saw it years later for a Snob episode, I don't know, this wasn't that bad. If you like far-out rom-coms like A Life Less Ordinary, you'd probably like this too. But we've reached the point where we've come to the last big movies of 1983, depending on what movie theater you're going to. Perhaps you were in Seattle and got a December 83 test screening of The Plague Dogs before its 85 US release. Maybe you were in Australia and lucky enough to get BMX Bandits before us. There was also the world premiere of Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars, which had festival screenings in '79, and is a documentary showing Bowie and the Spiders from Mars' 1973 London performance. Again, all kinds of different Bowie movie material we're getting this year. Though the film was criticized for its editing and sound and visual quality, which weirdly is probably the same criticism from those who attended screenings around this time for the horror film Trial by Terror. A home invasion movie that, with Martin Landau there, has got to still have something to do with the being. However, this is the last big film of 1983, and you better grab your pencil because it wants you to take down some names.
Wilkes, Johnson, Scott.
There's only one name I care about. Deadly Force gave us Wings Hauser as Stoney Cooper. And Uncommon Valor goes the extra mile in having a movie where the first script was written by Wings Hauser. From Ted Kotcheff, the director of First Blood, Uncommon Valor is almost like if Kotcheff directed either First Blood 2 or hell, Missing in Action, as it's a POW rescue film where Gene Hackman leads a team of men to return to Vietnam to find his son and others left behind after the war. The Viet Cong don't stand a chance, never mind this time Reb Brown goes full strike commando. The year ended strong as this was a big hit where they bring our boys home. Home to ring in the new year of 1984. 1983 was a fun ride where even the stuff that didn't work was fun to talk about, and it was a blast reliving some of these trends. We shall remember all the big takeaways from the year, such as terrible sequels, The Man movies, 3D flicks, students banging teachers, deadly flicks, explosions, fantasy films, Italian post-apocalyptic movies, journalists in war-torn areas, friendship gatherings, and the Cold War no matter what the genre is. But your absolute must-see movies of '83? Easy! Be sure to check out The King of Comedy, 10 to Midnight, Flashdance, Screwballs, The Evil Dead, Exposed, The Hunger, Videodrome, The Entity, Baby It's You, Deadly Force, Lone Wolf McQuade, War Games, Breathless, Mr. Mom, Vacation, Cujo, The Dead Zone, Christine, The Lonely Lady, Star 80, A Christmas Story, Sleepaway Camp, Scarface, Sudden Impact, Testament, The Day After, and my number one pick for favorite movie of the year, Risky Business. We'll see you next year for 1984, where the 3D movies aren't around anymore, but the sex comedies and slasher films sure the hell are, and that's all that really matters.
Y'all want to see my radio?